This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Oh, great. You have a doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slogans, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house! Get out of the house!
Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
For over 16 years, EJDConstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDConstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDConstruction.com.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
Statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
All righty. Welcome aboard. Good morning, boys and girls. I hope you all are doing very well. Hope audio coming through. Make sure, because sometimes we start and we got it going on. Everybody hearing us? All right. We got the Cutter's Edge morning show ready to go at beautiful 10 a.m. Thank you all out there for joining us. It's Friday. It's Friday. And this is the final regular season weekend for the NFL, for our Miami Dolphins. The question is, will we return next week for another game? Will they play the wild card game? That will be the question. So it's interesting how we all beat ourselves up, and especially myself. Okay, I can only speak for myself, but I'm like, after the end of last week, I'm just done, and it's like, okay, there's really, it's whatever. You make the playoffs, and it is. And now I find myself on Friday hoping that Skylar can have a really good game. Oh man, I just can't. I can't sit there and root against my team or be negative again, even though I know that they're not going anywhere. I know that even if they make the playoffs, although they probably will hang in there with whoever they play and lose, but they'll probably hang in there because that's kind of what they've been doing. But it's just one of those things, man, where, I'm just like, and listen, in a way, if you're a real Dolphins fan, right? It's really important that Skylar plays well, because as he's gotten playing time, we talked about it yesterday, that this is a really important game personally for him. But on the flip side, for us personally as fans, right, we want him to do well. Why? Because you want to build depth at that position. And because of, unfortunately, the what's it called? The lack of stability from Tua Tagovailoa physically, you need a break or two. You know what I'm saying? So Skylar, there's a lot of things to like about the kid, but he's still a 7th rounder, still raw, and he has not looked good at all this season so far. He had some moments in the Minnesota game, right? I think it was the Minnesota game. He had a couple moments there where he kind of settled in, made a couple plays, and then it was over. But and he got injured, I think it was, right? So it's just one of those where, he's got to play better. And hopefully he can go out there and have a good outing. And here's the other thing. If he's able to play well, not only does it bode well for him, it's good for all of us. We get to feel a little better, all that kind of stuff. He's going to do it against a pretty damn good defense. Okay? I know I am giving the Jets, some love there. But you know how we are on this show. We don't care about left or right. We don't care about anything. We call it like we see it. You know what I'm saying? And so you got to give the Jets some love there. They do have one hell of a defense. So if this kid can actually play well against that defense, that would be cool. So I find myself by Friday now just, hoping, because what am I going to do? Sit there on Sunday to want to suffer? No, dude. You know what I mean? Listen, in the post-game show, if they all suck and they don't play well and whatever, then we'll call it like we see it, like we always do. You know what I mean? But before they actually kick the ball off, I am pulling for Skyler, and I'm hoping that he can, you never know when that light is going to go on. That's the beauty of anything in life, right? Your child is crawling. Before you know it, they stand up and they start walking, and the light went on and they figured out how to walk. And you're like, whoa, you're awesome. You're fantastic. And you're filming it and all that good stuff. Just like when you're able to take off the training wheels off the bike. First you take off one and you have them learn with first two, then one, and then none, right? And then, you take off. And it's the same thing as you don't know when Tom Brady's talent's going to go right off the cliff and he's going to look old. It's starting to look a little bit like it this year. I know he's played well as the last couple of games. Actually had an awesome game this past week. But you never know, like Drew Brees, right? From one year to another, it went away. And it's the same thing. You don't know when that light is going to go on. For Rich Gannon, it took several years in the league, 7-8 years. He got into the right system. Boom, light goes on. He takes off. Stephen Davis, it took him, I think, his 4th or 5th season as a running back. And boom, before Stephen Davis took off as a running back, he was known more for getting his jaw broken by Michael Westbrook. Okay? You just don't know when it's going to be that moment. And maybe this is the moment for Skyler on Sunday. You just never know. And other draft picks, I'm not telling you he's going to turn into this great quarterback or anything like that, but you'd like for him to turn into a serviceable quarterback. You'd like for him to turn into at least a backup. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, we'd all love for Skyler to become a starting caliber quarterback, but that's a lot to ask right now. But on Sunday, if the light can go on just a little bit and show us a little something, then maybe the Dolphins, can have a victory and have a victory from within and be happy about the Skylar Thompson pick. That's it. Andrew Moore says, no hat. Oh, you run out. Well, I just showered a little while ago, so my hair is wet. So since the hair is wet, I don't want to put on a hat. You know what I'm saying? So that's the reason why there is no hat on. So, I mean, sometimes I'll put on a hat if I, don't feel like combing my hair or whatever the hell, and just put on the damn hat. But no, it's I just showered a little while ago, so I just my hair's still wet. It has to dry out before I can put on the hat. Can't put on a hat with your hair wet. Big O Skyler is a rookie. He can't be judged from the game. He needs 16 games like any other rookie. No, I disagree. I think you can judge him. For sure you can judge him. Yeah. You can't put any final judgment on him. Just like I'm not putting, hey, I've got 17 games on Sunday of Mike McDaniel, and I still don't put a final judgment on him because he's a rookie coach. And as much as I've been very critical of Mike McDaniel over the last month, I want no part in, firing him or anything. I want him to come back. There's a lot of things to like about Mike McDaniel. And then there's a lot of things that he's got to work on. And guess what? That's normal for anybody that starts a new job and a new career and all that good stuff. So I have no problem, with Mike. He has to fix some things, and I need to see him, learn and fix them. And next year will be the test if he's able to learn and fix them. Got to put on my ceiling fan, by the way. So anyway, he's got to learn. And if he does, then we can start to pass some final judgment. Or if he doesn't learn, then we can also pass some final judgment on him. But yeah, I can measure how lost Skylar is. How far is he from being an effective product? And then the other thing that you do in this process with Skylar is you're trying to figure out, what is he going to be? Right? As you watch more and more games with him playing, you can say, okay, this guy has starter's potential. Okay, this guy looks like maybe he's more of a backup. Mike White, backup. Backup. That's what he is. I don't care what any of you out there say. Nice kid, Pembroke Pines, all that bullshit, backup. When I look at him, I see backup. That's all I see. Nothing else, And that's what you want to see from Skylar. As he gets more and more reps, you'll find out, okay, can he be a backup? Does he have potential to be a starter? Or this guy shouldn't even be in the league? And those are the things that you start to develop some kind of an opinion of Skylar. And right now, he's miles away from even being a backup in the NFL. So we'll find out if on Sunday he makes a little progress there. Big O, you need to move on from Tua. We can't keep living off of hope. Right. And Daniel, you need to come to reality. Last 25 years. Anybody play like that? Daniel, you know what you need to do? Stop being incredibly stupid and ignorant. That's what you need to do, my man. Right? Because all of you that say that, let's just get into this. Every time you guys just say, hey, let's move on from Tua, Daniel, you sound like a fucking idiot. Like a goddamn moron. How's that, Daniel? How do you like that one, Daniel? You sound like a freaking idiot. That guy's played better than anybody's ever played here since Marino. Like 1,000 times better. Missing games and everything. He's 1,000 times better. And you want to get rid of the guy that plays better than anybody you've ever had here since Marino. No, dude, you keep him. If you can find somebody better that can stay healthy, then yeah. But every one of you that just says, oh, you got to move on, you got to forget about it, we got to cut him, we got to let him go. You sound so incredibly stupid. It's moronic. Go look at the stats. Go look at the top quarterbacks in the league. The guy's missed a bunch of games, and he's still one of the best quarterbacks in the league. Every time you guys say that, you sound like a bunch of dumbasses. For 25 years, you get John Beck and Pat White, and you want to get rid of this guy. Like, it's wow. It really is. There's a reason why so many people are stupid in this country, and they believe a bunch of crap, and they fall for a bunch of crap like you, Daniel. Because there's a lot of you that aren't very bright. Really. You're not smart at all. All you have to do is look at the last 25 years. You have anybody that's played like this at all? At any point? No one. Most of the quarterbacks in the NFL have not played like Tua this year. I mean, it is incredibly stupid and ignorant every time somebody says that. Because you really don't look at reality. You don't look around you. where your team has stood for 25 years. They can't find a guy that can hit the side of the ocean. Meanwhile, here's a guy that could come back from 21 down in Baltimore and beat Buffalo. And he would have beat Buffalo again if it wasn't for Mike McDaniel and Tyreek Hill and Trent Sherfield. I mean, my God, dude, it's really like it's just incredibly stupid. You know, you want to tell me you want to get rid of Tua because we got a better quarterback? I'm not going to argue with you. But you want to get rid of a guy without having a guy in place? You're an idiot. Happy Friday, Daniel. Yeah, Daniel. Big O, he can't stay healthy. So what, dude? I get it. But when he's healthy, he's the best quarterback you've had. And you wouldn't even have the 8 wins if you don't have him somewhat healthy. You would be even worse. Teddy Bridgewater. Yeah, you know why, Daniel? You're one of the idiots that said Teddy Bridgewater was going to take his job. That's why. You're one of the idiots that thought Skyler was the starter. That's the problem. Because if you're this stupid, you're that stupid. Okay, Daniel? If you're this much of a moron, then you're the moron that thought Teddy Bridgewater could play at a high level. You're the moron that thought 7th-round pick Skylar Thompson was the real starter. Because if you're this freaking stupid, you're that stupid. Yeah. Way to start out a Friday. Holy moly. Incredible. Armando Vera, true Fin fan, thank you. As Daniel asked for forgiveness. Armando Vera, Big O, the Bills will be motivated to beat the Pats under the new NFL decision on the Bills-Bengals game. I don't know, man. I think they're going to be motivated only because of DeMar. DeMar had the Italia Shire moment in Rocky for the Bills. He woke up. She woke up from the coma. She turns to Rocky and says, win. Win. And the old man, what are we waiting for? And they go off. Okay? He woke up. Who won the game? Dad addresses the team. All this stuff goes on. They get the message from him that he wants them to go out there and, play the game. This is the Italia Shire moment. The Bills are going to go out and play their asses off tomorrow. I'm on Sunday. I'm sorry. There's no doubt in my mind because of DeMar Hamlin, the Bills will be play. I don't want to be the Patriots on Sunday. Okay, I think they're going to put a world of ass whooping on the Patriots. That's what I think is going to happen. I think the Bills are going to play the most inspired football they've played all year long because DeMar Hamlin's going to be watching that game. Do you think DeMar Hamlin, do you think that those guys, okay, they've been hurting right now because their brother is, we don't know if the guy's going to die. And so now the guy faced death, has come back from the jaws of death to obviously overcome this. So now he's awake. He's communicating with everybody now. And so he's going to watch the game on Sunday. You think he's going to want to, you think the Bills are going to want to lay down on Sunday while he's watching? Come on, man. Come on. These guys are going to play their asses off and they're going to destroy the Patriots. What's the line in that game? I would lay the points in that game. Put it that way. Whatever the points are, I would lay it. Okay? Then after that, I'm going to lay my wife. I'm sorry, did I say it? Let's see. Where are we at here? Let me get the betting line here for that game. -7 easily. I'd lay that. And the over and under is 42. Go over. They're going to lambaste the Patriots. That's what's going to happen. So, yeah, I expect them to kick their ass round side. So, yeah. Miami has to just take care of business. Okay? That's all. And Skylar has to just take care of the ball, facilitate, get to the guys, and everything will work out. We'll see what happens. Steve C says, if Mike Glennon was the best choice, my God, I thought he was finished years ago, like his draft year. It's week 18, Steve. Wake the hell up, my brother. Okay? There's nothing out there. And I explained it yesterday. I know you're not going to go back. You're going to just stay with this weak-ass statement of yours because most of you have no common sense. I explained it yesterday. The 34, 36, 37-year-old veteran that might be retired is not coming back for 1 week. He's not going to take your money for 1 week. He has no future with your team. And you're asking any veteran quarterback to come back in the week of Damar Hamlin's injury. So you also turn to your wife and say, oh, the Dolphins need me for a week. Oh, you mean that terrible team that all the quarterbacks get injured? Yeah, no, you're not playing there. Did you watch Damar Hamlin this week? No, sweetheart, you're not playing. You have no idea what it's like to sign a quarterback in week 18. You got a guy that still wants to live the NFL dream in Mike Glennon, and that's why he's here, because he's praying that he gets a shot somewhere so he can continue his career. But an established veteran is not taking this job for 1 week when they may not play, or if they play, they end up getting injured, and then they spend their entire 2023 rehabbing an injury at 34, at 36, at 37, at 40, whatever you found that veteran quarterback. So Steve C. and anybody else, don't complain about Mike Glennon. There's nothing out there at this point. No one's really going to do better. And if you could do better, that person's not signing here. That person already made their money. They're too old. And there's 1 week left. And they risk more injury and heartache than $200,000. Because what, you're going to get retro one game check? What are they going to pay you? 200, 300 grand for a veteran quarterback? That's garbage money. And if he blows out his knee at an older age, that's no fun rehabbing. So none of you, please use common sense where you're at in the season. If you were week 4, week 6, the veteran quarterback has a whole 3 quarters, half a season to, make some real money, prove himself, all those things. So just so you'll know, stop with all that crap about Mike Glennon. The human periscope is the best thing that you're going to get right now in free agency. Tua time, thank you for the love on the super chat. He says, Big O and Sean, Vince McMahon officially returning to WWE as this morning. Thoughts? Tua time, you sent in a super chat. Sean, go ahead. You already talked about this yesterday, but we will repeat the content because you sent it a super chat, so we'll give you a little love on that one. Sean, explain with Vince McMahon coming back. And
actually, there's been a little bit of a change in some of the plans. It's not official he's coming back. He's officially plotted his return to WWE, and what he has said is he is the executive chairman of the board. And he said he will not look at any rights for streaming or for TV deals or anything unless he is returned back to WWE. So basically right now we're at like a hostage standpoint right now. He has 2 people that he wants to elect to the board, which apparently he will. And that will happen. And when that happens, he'll probably be back. But supposedly, he is not returning to the creative side. He is coming back to the business side, and he wants to be a part of the TV rights deals and the streaming deals. And he will not.
So he's holding them hostage. is what you're
Basically, he's
saying.
holding his own company kind of
So
hostage.
this is
in a way.
exactly what's going on in the House with the GOP and the 20 that are holding the rest of the Republicans hostage.
It is really feeling that way. Yes. Again, I don't know. I'm not smart enough to know everything about the big business and all the big, they have the alphabet soup words when they get into all the business stuff. So I don't understand everything. But basically, when somebody simple-minded broke it down for me on one of the sheets, I can't remember. I think it was Sean Ross Sapp. And they basically said he's kind of saying, okay, fine. I'm not a part of WWE, but I will not negotiate any TV deals or streaming deals until I am. So have fun with that.
Yeah. Okay. So yesterday I'm watching this show and some guy comes up with an analogy of the 20 Republicans that are holding the other 200 hostage, right? And now you're telling me that McMahon is holding them hostage, right? And basically the guy, this is the analogy, and it's a great analogy. He goes, basically, think about this. Okay, you're the police. You pull up to the bank, and you dial up the phone. The guy on the other side, the kidnapper, answers, says, "Okay, what do we got to do to get the hostages out?" And he goes, "Nah, you don't got to do anything. I just like to collect hostages." How do you negotiate? How do you win with the person that just wants to collect hostages? So. So we got Vince McMahon and the radical GOP.
Yeah, and also he wants to do this. Why? Because he owns the most shares of WWE, so he gets the TV rights. He's positioning for a sale, so he doesn't want anybody else doing that. He wants to do that, so he gets the most bang for his buck. I mean, I can't fault him. He built the damn empire.
Right? No, I get it.
He built the empire.
And by the way,
what I'm saying? But
analogy.
it is hilarious.
20. Hey, McCarthy, you can't get in without our vote, so you know.
And Mark McCormick, yes, Hulk Hogan is still the champion. The finger point of doom. The finger poke of doom.
That is funny. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. What if I like to just collect hostages? Too funny. Too funny. Jets are starting Joe Flacco for real? Did they break that? Let me see. When was this? Cameron Wolf says he just talked with DeMar Hamlin's family, who is absolutely elated to be talking with him and having him breathing tubes removed this morning. He just finished the Zoom with the Bills at this moment, talking and laughing with him. How about that? I'm telling you, Italia Shire, Rocky, win. Okay. They should come out with the dun 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 boom boom. That should be the intro music for the Bills this week. If that's not the Italia Shire scene, I don't know what is in the NFL. Yes, sir.
I was going to say Adam Schefter, Jets QB Mike White is out Sunday. Dolphins, Joe Flacco will start. Zach Wilson will back him up.
All right. That's it. And again, South Florida fans, if Zach Wilson is forced to play, MILFs, unleash. Just saying, unleash the MILFs. It's very important to unleash the MILFs. Big O, I think trading for Chubb when Roquan was available at a cheaper trade price and cheaper extension, Roquan was exactly what we needed in the middle of our defense. Yes, but you needed a pass rusher also. And you need everything. So what are you going to do? Two different players. One's for pass rush. The other one's a thumper in the middle. I can't argue with either one. But I think, here's my thinking, Agba was not getting it done. They're not getting to the quarterback with their base defense. their secondary is completely injury riddled. So you're going to need somebody to get to the quarterback to protect that secondary. If you trade for Roquan Smith, that does not help you in the pass rush. So then it serves your secondary up. So they were trying to cover up for the secondary and get a young pass rusher for the rest of his career to pair him up with Jalen Phillips, because Agba is not going to be the long-term solution. He could be a short-term solution, but Chubb would be the long-term solution. So you have to understand the philosophical thinking behind it. It's two different positions, two different players, two different needs. And at the moment, you desperately, and you still need it, by the way, because Chubb still didn't do it, okay? You still need the pass rush. And not only did you trade for Chubb, but then Agba got injured. So then you really needed Chubb. But unfortunately, he really hasn't come through. So if you're going to say anything, you got to say that the Chubb deal so far has been an outright disaster. Okay? Because that's what you want him for, a pass rusher. And when you can get a pass rusher, you know, you could go find a middle linebacker and a thumper and all that stuff. You should be able to go find one of those. But the pass rushers are hard to come by. And so that's the thinking behind all of that. So you have to really understand what they were trying to do. They're not trying to make the worst deal possible. They were trying to fill a specific need that they needed in order to cover up the secondary. And Roquan is not the pass rusher that Chubb is. So Chubb is the one that could help that secondary, whereas Roquan could help your front seven. Either way, I'm not arguing with you that you know, if you would have made that move, great. Your pass rushing stuff still would have been the same with or without Chubb. So in hindsight, probably should have made the Roquan Smith trade instead, because you would have filled that need. You know what I'm saying? And then eventually you can get the young kid and put him on the strong side. And then you've got, you know, although I think the young kid could end up on the weak side and then you part ways with Baker. That's probably what could happen, because Baker's number goes up big time. So there you go. All right. What else do we have here? Arnaldo says, good morning, Big O. Just got back from New Year's cruise on Oasis of the Seas. I was on that one. It was awesome. If you haven't done a New Year's cruise, you have to add that to your list. It's a blast. Never done a New Year's cruise. I've been on a few cruises, and I've been on that boat. I had I went on that boat for our 20th wedding anniversary. Got a double balcony. We had a great time, man. That was an awesome week for that one. Yeah, 20th anniversary. So, wow. So that was 9 years ago already. I think about it. It's pretty amazing. Okay. And that was fun. Now I got a plan for my 30th next year. We got our 29th coming up here, March 18th. And then starts the planning for the 30th. Bro, and I'm in trouble. Just think about this. I did the cruise, double balcony, Oasis of the Sea, okay, for our 20th wedding anniversary. Our 25th wedding anniversary, I took her to Paris, all right? We had dinner on the Seine, during sunset, gave her a new wedding ring on the Eiffel Tower, and we had dinner in the Eiffel Tower, and I gave her a new ring there. So what the hell do I do for the 30th? Like Paris, like topped the cruise. What the hell do I do for 30? Now, my buddy says I don't have to do something bigger for 30. He says I have to wait till 50. 50, I have to top 25. He says 30, I can kind of dial it back. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do I have to take it to another level? I don't know how to take it to another level after Paris. I got to tell you, I've been trying to figure that shit out, and it's not easy. All right, maybe Ira Winderman has the answer for me. Let's talk a little Miami Heat. Let's switch gears here. Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun Sentinel and our Acura Pembroke Pines Miami Heat and NBA report.
Heat fans, begins. Time for the best insight of your favorite team with insider Ira Winderman, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show. It's the Acura of Pembroke Pines, Miami Heat and NBA report. Here's Ira Winderman.
All right, there he is. You got any suggestions for me on my 30th for next year?
You know what? I sometimes when you try to outdo yourself on the 20th and 25th, you go the other way. You go simplicity. You go maybe breakfast on the beach at sunrise or something, and you go that this transcends any trip, and you try to go with that BS and sort of romanticize your way out of it, because that's the problem. When you play that can you top this game, you know what, Big O? If you're planning to live and your wife's planning to live, there's going to be so many more of these that you're going to set the bar so high that either you win the lottery or you're screwed.
No, I think my friend did have he had a point. He goes, dude, 25 and 50 are the special marks.
Absolutely.
So you don't really have to go all out on 30 and 35 and 40 and 45. Now, if you do get to 50, now you got to knock it out of the park one more time. So you got 25 years, he told me. So maybe it's like, maybe it's a weekend at Eden Rock with dinner on the beach or something like that. Something.
And
like
you know what? When you get to the 50th, there's nothing more romantic than his and her walkers. So you're set there.
That's true. I mean, come on, definitely. Although by then I'm hoping my walker can float, right? I mean,
well, if you're living down here, absolutely, you'll have to get water wings on there.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah. We'll be on paddle boards is what we're going to be. All right. So we got the Heat back in action tonight against the Suns. God, I was so disappointed. I mean, Depot fouls a 3-point shooter. He misses some bunnies. Caleb, a couple, it was a down one. Tyler didn't play well. Butler, that's not his shot. I know he hits a 3 like 2 minutes before that. That was huge. But God bless him. What more do you want from Butler and Bam? They played their asses off. And I'm so proud of Bam because you know it. And I've talked about this. I called him the super role player last year.
Right.
And I told you until you are able to impose your offensive will in today's game, that's a superstar in today's game. And what more do you want from the guy? 30 points. Really proud of Bam. It was just all the other guys just didn't do enough in that Lakers game. And by the way, I had no idea that if you twist up your ankle like a pretzel, you become a better player.
Wow.
That's amazing.
What Dennis Schroeder pulled off, I don't know what they did in the huddle, but, get me some of that. Get the Dolphins injured players some of that because that's what they need.
Was that soccer spray? Was that what they did on his ankle?
It was something we didn't know, or maybe that little water bottle or something there. The Heat could not contain anyone off the dribble, and they can't contain anyone off the dribble. And when Bam is getting switched out to the perimeter, you just wind up losing your last line of defense. The Heat were exposed in that game. It's the old BS. At least if you learn for it going forward, that'll be okay. So maybe you can look at it that way. It was a bad loss. And it showed us that where we are right now is we have the sometimes Miami Heat. Sometimes they come together and look like a team that could be a playoff team in the top 6 in the East, avoid the play-in. And sometimes you say to yourself, this is who we are. They got to 500, and they're one step forward and one step back. And that's where they wind up, loitering. And when you look at the East, you know that the Celtics, the Bucks, and the Nets have shown they've distanced themselves 1, 2, 3. It sure as heck looks like Philadelphia and Cleveland are top 5 seeds also. So you're really playing for number 6 and avoiding the play-in. You're playing with the Pacers, you're playing with the Hawks, you're playing with the Knicks, all for one spot. And until the Heat show us differently. And when Jimmy Butler says after the game, we're going to get on a roll. We're good enough. We're going to win 9 in a row. We're going to win 11 in a row. No, show me. Win 3 in a row. Show me. Win 4 in a row. Start stringing it together.
But God bless him. It's not his fault. That's the problem. He's trying to lift everybody. He's trying to
when he shows up. I
was just going to tell you something about that. This is the most screwed up thing I'm about to say.
Okay.
Jimmy Butler needs to take these goddamn days off. Because if everybody else doesn't wake up, well, then the best thing you can do is just squeeze into the playoffs. So then Jimmy then has to play all those loads of minutes in the playoffs to carry your ass along with Bam, to get it done. But what's he going to do? Play 75 games, kill himself every single night like he did 2 nights ago against the Lakers, and everybody else is not helping him? it's like a catch-22, man. What does he do? Play every night, kill himself, and then have no gas left in the tank for the playoffs?
Yes.
And,
you know what? Play every night and have gas left in the
but
tank.
Everybody else needs to step up, Ira, man. Come on.
But he's a fulcrum type of player. You play better around. You don't have to play him 40 minutes a game, but you have to get him on the court to be a threat so he's there at closing time for those kind of moments. You have to see what this team is. You're already down a player in Kyle Lowry who continues to be a major no-show, a major guy you counted on right now. You could talk about someone like Caleb, but he's coming back from that quad injury. That's never easy. That takes time also. But yeah, the burden is on Jimmy. He's not going to only play 75 games, Big O. He's already missed 16, 18 games.
But what I'm saying is that if he does play the 75 games, he will have nothing left in the playoffs. Unfortunately, you acquired a guy that has a lot of mileage on his body. And it's not so much just the playing time. It was also the Thibodeau practice time, too. Just like Riley's practice time took, a beating on people and it wears on them. And so you have to manage this, unfortunately, because look at the age he's at and the wear and tear he has. And I thought about this in the Laker game. I go, this is why this guy can't play every night. Because if he has to play every night because everybody else doesn't do their goddamn job, it puts him in a difficult position and you burn him out by the end of the year. And it's like, I get it, Caleb's coming back, but dude, he had, his share of screw-ups in that game. Tyler, dude, you've been playing so well. You cannot disappear.
Everyone has an off game. That just even the best players have a game like that. Unfortunately, it came at the worst time for Tyler Hero. The thing is, I think we're overstating some of the other pieces, including Victor Oladipo. He's never going to get back to being All-Star Oladipo.
No.
He is very good defensively at the top of the zone with his deflections. He's not very good guarding his man. He couldn't keep Schroeder out of the lane. He couldn't keep Russell Westbrook out of the paint. So you have to realize what you have also. You're playing men short. You're men down. You have 3 guys sidelined for another month now. You're a person short. You're not paying the luxury tax. There are so many mitigating factors with this team.
Are we asking for too much, Ira?
We're asking for too much under the constraint.
We're approaching the halfway mark of the season here, and we keep saying, well, if they do this, maybe they just can't.
I think it's the constraints the team is playing under also. You need a full roster. You need on games like that one other piece, maybe a defensive specialist, someone who can come in. Look, we've seen the kind of guys the Heat have had going back to the Briante Webbers and they had Patrick Beverly. You needed that kind of player to come in and quiet the guards from the Lakers. But when you're playing a man short because of the luxury tax, when you're giving an honorarium to Udonis Haslem, when you have guys undergoing surgery and missing time, and Robinson and Jovic missing time with his back spasms, and Yurtseven in surgery, you are absolutely handicapping yourself.
Yeah.
The Miami Heat front office decided if we're not going to be great, we're going to put all these constraints on Eric Spoelstra. This roster could have had so much more, still can have so much more, but you've mentioned it, Big O, in our accurate Pembroke Pines reports all season long. But if the luxury tax is going to be a stop sign, you can't go any farther. I feel for Eric Spoelstra and his coaching staff and his players for the constraints they're playing under in a multi-billion-dollar business. Yes, the repeater tax is a factor. Yes, you're not going to get a $10 million rebate from the league. When in this league, $10 million, some of the worst players get that kind of salary, and you eat those kind of salaries anyway when you waive players. So with the constraints they're being put under, this is not just a player thing. This is not just a coach thing. This is the front office thing also. They're playing at least with one hand tied behind their back. Ownership
is the one that's strangling their front office and the coaching staff, giving them limitations.
I don't strangling, but making more difficult. Abso-freaking-lutely that you are counting on your two-way players like Orlando Robinson. God bless him, but he is what he is. He's an undrafted, unathletic big man who you might develop down the road. This is win now. This is Jimmy Butler at 33. This is Kyle Lowry at 36. This is win now for those guys. Look, Kyle's not living up to his end of the bargain. Absolutely. But you also don't have a go-now ready veteran point guard behind him. You have Gabe Vincent. He's been up and down. He had the knee injury. So you're adding those additional stressors on Butler, on Lowry. Heck, who's your backup center the way Dwayne Dedmon is playing right now? You're adding that on Bam. You signed Dedmon to use in a possible trade, but right now you have a guy who can barely make it up and down the court, and at one point is holding the ball, arguing with the referee, and some other guy just runs behind him and grabs the ball. If that was not a veteran 10-year guy, Eric Spoelstra would have yanked him like that. There's a lot of small stuff going on, Big O.
Yeah, no, I'm and to me, you know, you're not giving your front office and your coaching staff everything you can possibly give them in order to win. And you know, I look at Bozo up the street there with the Dolphins, and at least I give Bozo credit that he writes the check, dude. He doesn't flinch. And whatever you need, it's a practice facility, it's a player, it's a coach, it's whatever the guy.
It's an Ndamukong Suh at an inflated salary. He'll take the chance. Yeah.
Here, and here. And he does it. Jorge Mas, you know, he built a stadium for fun to wait till he builds the one in Miami, you know, and he'll pay for Messi if Messi wants to come. You know, it's like these are things that I got to say, Mickey, you know.
But it's not that he pays the big things. It's the margins right now. And you know what, Big O?
You got to get it all done. You got to get it all done.
We talk about this. We talk about how he's not going to pay if you're not in contention. But you know what? When you are battling for 5 and 6 in the playoffs to avoid the play-in, sometimes it's the margins. It's having that one additional player when you're out on the road for 8 straight days that can make a difference. That's what they're short. They're really working now with a 9, maybe 10-man roster for the next month. There are moments when that 11th, 12th, and 13th, not all the time, but some of the times could help. It's the margins that are hurting.
Question. How many teams are paying luxury tax?
I'd say this year maybe about 10. I'd say there. Some are trying to shave and get their way away from it. Not a lot, but not a lot of teams have committed the Kyle Lowry contract and not gotten that kind of payoff. Not a lot of teams have committed the Duncan Robinson contract.
I mean, that is what it is. But still, if you're telling me 33% of the league,
a third of the league, yeah,
is paying a luxury tax, are all 10 of those teams bigger teams than Miami?
Obviously not, because the Heat are right in the middle of the pack. So you have some that are and some that aren't, and it's just a matter of it's a matter of your philosophy. The philosophy here from day one has been, if in contention, go all in spending. If not in championship contention, don't. But you know what? There's sort of a good middle ground that's fair to your players to give them the best possible hand. You're a coaching staff. You just mentioned asking Jimmy Butler to play all the games, to go all out. You could turn around and go to the ownership suite. Are you doing all you can for us to go all out? Right now, it's sort of caught in the middle with this team. I don't disagree.
Yeah. And listen, I can understand where Arison's kind of pissed. Like, well, we listened to Butler and we brought in this guy Lowry, and he's making me spend $30 million a year on a guy that isn't getting it done. So I can see where Mickey's pissed at stuff like that.
And the Duncan Robinson contract. And you told us this guy's worth $90 million over 5 years. Even before he broke the finger and was out, he wasn't contributing. So, yeah, absolutely, Big O. It's in any business where your boss goes, you made the mistakes, you fix the mistakes. This is on you. So you move it from the ownership suite to the management suite, but it still falls on the coaching suite, because it's the coaching suite that has to work 82 of these and find a way with whatever's being left in front of them.
Yeah. So I can understand Mickey being pissed in that sense. It's just, I'd like to see, you know what it reminds me of a little bit? It kind of reminds me of watching the Steinbrenner kids. And so I watch the old man who will win at all costs and do whatever it takes. And then you watch, what's taken over since, and there's more frugalness to the whole process. There's actually more to the business side of it, that they're more worried about the bottom line than George ever was worried about the bottom line. And so you kind of look at Mickey right now, and it looks like the Arison family is more worried about the bottom line than necessarily going all out year in and year out.
I would phrase it differently. I think the Arison family is trying to show that they can run a business that's properly structured in today's NBA. And that's on them, and you can do it. I've always said this. Sports are about a hobby. If the bottom line is why you own a sports team, your sports team likely will not be one of the great teams. Sports has to be about a passion to win to a degree that you're willing to overcommit, that in any other business model, that Nick Harrison studied at Duke Management School, you're right. It's not the right way to operate. And he is absolutely keeping his costs in line with his revenues and doing a marvelous job. But sports is different. Sports is emotion. Sports is passion. Sports are owners over the years who put championships ahead of anything, just spending and spending and spending, like we're seeing the Warriors do right now, like we've seen other championship teams do in the past. They just keep throwing the money out there, just like we see soccer teams around the world chasing stars at inflated prices. It's a different business model. It's not the Duke Business School model.
No, you're right about that. It's now here's the thing.
Sure.
If you're the Miami Heat and you're playing with one less player, you're playing under the luxury tax, all that kind of stuff. Well, you also have a player that isn't showing up every night because his body doesn't allow him to do it in Jimmy Butler. So then your season ticket holder isn't getting all their bang for their buck.
Oh, absolutely.
But if you were going above and beyond by bringing in other players, and because you are paying the tax and all that, but your team is better, well, then when Jimmy's resting, there's another star on the court to kind of cover up for that.
Or just another body to
happening.
relieve the other bodies and make the game easier for them. To have more options on you. Eric Spoelstra always talks about his lineup card. To have other names you can call on that just make it easier to go deeper into that depth, to save your guys. That you might have an instant offense forward coming off the bench because you signed him, so Jimmy gets 3 more minutes a game when you don't have to rush him back early in the fourth quarter. It's the little thing. Again, Big O, when you have the kind of record the Heat have, when you have all these clutch games and all the close games that they have, it's the margins we're talking about right now. This is not a bad team. It's also not a championship team. It's a team where every game, including tonight here at Phoenix against the Suns, is likely going to be played in the margins, and the small things will come into factor as well.
All right. Suns tonight, both teams 20-19, but Suns are really good at home there, Ira. So what do you think about tonight?
But they're without Devin Booker, and they're a different team, just like the Heat are without Jimmy Butler and their scoring star. Tonight's a really interesting thing to watch, whether you watch it on Bally Sports Sundown here or ESPN's doing the game also. Our friend Mark Jones from Weston is this. You have 2 older point guards in Chris Paul and Kyle Lowry. Chris Paul has been a study on how to age as an older point guard and still contribute. I'm looking at the Kyle Lowry, Chris Paul matchup and saying, can Kyle still stay there with an older point guard who's maximized his years in the league? I'm really looking at that matchup. I think that could be a lot of fun tonight. I think that could be the determiner. Remember, the Suns not only without Booker, the Suns are also without Cameron Johnson, so they're shorthanded there also. They're also lacking their backup point guard, Cameron Payne, so they are shorthanded as well, maybe more shorthanded than the Heat. You know what? You win this game, you have a 3-2 road trip. You weren't expecting to win at the Clippers, but you weren't expecting to lose at the Lakers. You can salvage the trip because you're coming home Sunday to play the Brooklyn Nets, who are as hot as any team in professional sports right now. So you'd like to come home not 500 and with a winning record. Interesting game, significant game tonight for the Miami Heat.
Well, so there was a comedy that was called Dumb and Dumber. So tonight we're going to watch Old and Older, is what you're saying.
And
okay.
One of the guys older in Chris Paul has found a way to make it through. We'll see about Kyle Lowry tonight.
Is the game being held in St. Augustine where they've got the Fountain of Youth?
No, and it's crazy because it's also starting late, local time, 8 o'clock here. It should be the early bird dinner. We should be starting this baby at 4:30, but that's another story.
Follow him on Twitter at Ira Heatbeat. Catch his work at the South Florida Sun Sentinel. Better yet, subscribe like I do and support all our local journalists. Ira, as always, thank you, my friend. Have a great weekend. We'll catch up on Monday.
Catch you Monday on the Acura Pembroke Pines Report. Thanks, Big O. Have a great weekend, everyone.
Thank you, sir. There you go. Ira Winderman. All right. There we go.
You've been listening to the Acura of Pembroke Pines Miami Heat and NBA Report with Ira Winderman. When you're looking for award-winning service and great deals from the #1 volume Acura sales dealership in the Southeast United States, you go to Craig's Inn Acura of Pembroke Pines at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
All right. By the way, that Joe Flacco news, that shows you boy, Mike White has made zero progress, and because they would lose the team. if Salah starts him. It's crazy. Oh, man. What do we have on the chat board there? Bronx Finn. Thank you for the love on the super chat. He says, Big O, my wife and I are headed to Miami. We were wondering what's the top 3-4 most electric sports bars to watch the Dolphin game Sunday. Go Fins. You're going to Miami? Okay, if you're going to be in Miami, the new Sports Grill in Doral is awesome. Just went to it yesterday. Went by there. It was freaking awesome. American Social is a really good one in Brickell. Trying to spread it out for you throughout Miami. Bo Campers doesn't have one in Miami. I do love the Loggerhead, Flanagan's by the Grove. That's another one. That's always got a great atmosphere traditionally, and they have that open deck on the outside now. That's really cool because they eliminated the liquor. They put the liquor store in the corner now. I'm trying to remember like a really electrifying bar in Miami. Oh, man. Let me see. I'll keep thinking. But those are at least 3. And it depends on where you're staying in Miami. That's why I gave you one in Doral. That's why I gave you one in the Grove. Gave you one in Brickell. So that way you kind of in that area of Miami. So there you go. Try those 3 at least. That will help out. Hopefully you're staying somewhere close. Dougie Fresh says, "Oh, Dumb and Dumber had so many epic lines. You idiot. Stop. Now I'm driving. According to this map, we have only moved a total of 4 inches." Big O, sorry, it's been a while, but had to change the account. All right. Well, welcome back. Jay Hurd says, "Don't worry, I'm a limo driver." Flacco super sucks. Okay. All right. Let's see. Think about it. After what happened to their teammate, knowing he would do anything to play Sunday will inspire the Bills to use their starters and put on a show for their fallen brother. Oh, for sure. They're going to kick some serious ass. What else do we have here? Jets bringing in Flacco to try to avoid turnovers. Yeah, that and also, the team. They're not buying that kid. And he had to the kid will, probably next year is when he will get a fresh start and they'll try to keep him. Who knows? It's a really toxic situation there, and he created it for himself. That's a really difficult place, New York. Really difficult place to succeed. You've got to be incredibly mentally tough to succeed in New York. Black Market in downtown Miami is a good bar. That's what Eric says. I have no idea. I've never been to it. So there you go. Do want to remind you, redrecover.com, proud sponsor of our program. And folks, I've been telling you about red light therapy. My wife uses it every day for her feet, her shoulder. I use it for my shoulder every day. Folks, I'm telling you, whether it comes to an old injury, a surgery, a scar that you want to disappear, crow's feet for the ladies. They've got the pad that you can put on your eyes. And also you can put it like this, because apparently here too, right, is where there's wrinkles for some of the ladies. So you can use the whole pad for that. I'm telling you, just a couple minutes a day. These pads have a battery connected to it, so you're not, tethered to some kind of an outlet and you can't move. No, you can walk around while you're in your house, you're in the office, whatever it is. You want your elbow wrap. They've got them for the dogs too. And one of our listeners chimed in. He has a Yorkie that has that broke his legs and has rods in the legs, and he got the wrap from Red Recover to use it for his Yorkie, and his Yorkie now is living a better life and more comfortable. Why? Because it gets the blood flow going, and it alleviates the discomfort, and it really helps human beings and our beautiful dogs. So they've got wraps for the small dogs, the bigger dogs. I've got them for both, actually, because I have small and big dogs here in the house. Go to redrecover.com right now, okay? Special sale going on, 50% off at redrecover.com. So if you've been dealing with that knee injury, that shoulder, you want to really see the light, the red light, Red Recover. Actually, there's some blue lights. There's also white lights. There's all kinds of lights in there that actually give you the therapy and the relief that you're looking for. It all depends on what part of the body, and then they use different kinds of lights. But anyway, check it out. Go to redrecover.com. Check out the blogs, the video blogs. And this is a sale that's only for a short time, 50% off. Take advantage now. Go to redrecover.com. It's funny that Glennon is called a poor man's Flacco. Yikes! Yeah, that makes sense. That's kind of a very poor man's Flacco, because he could never play like Flacco played. When Flacco was in his peak, he had a short peak, but when he played well, and he got to the Super Bowl and threw 11 touchdowns and no interceptions. And the thing that people forget, and a lot of people shoot out misinformation, the Ravens defense wasn't that good that year. Ray Lewis was not Ray Lewis anymore. He was making tackles 5 to 7 yards after the line of scrimmage. Okay. That offense and Flacco carried the Ravens to the Super Bowl, carried the defense to the Super Bowl. It wasn't like the first championship. The problem is they have a history, right? That's what they're known for, defense. So people assumed, because but of course you don't watch the game, you don't pay attention. That year they were a middling defense. So it's funny how people will say, "Oh yeah, no Flacco, yeah, but the defense." No. You're wrong. You clearly don't watch. They weren't that good. All right. Let's get ready for hour number 2. Manny Navarro and our Caneswear Miami Hurricanes report. That's next.
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your Inter Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or intermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inter Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Time for Canes fans to get what they want. Information, insight, and perspective. It's the Caneswear Miami Hurricanes Report with Manny Navarro, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show. Here's Big O and insider Manny Navarro.
All right. There he is. How you feeling on a beautiful Friday, my friend?
Feeling great, getting ready to leave to Charlotte on Sunday for the coaching convention. So I'll be up there talking to guys, schmoozing with some of the college and high school coaches and whoever else is around, and trying to get a feel for what could be some changes here for Miami staff, hopefully.
Also, now you think here's where the changes happen.
Yeah, I mean, I told you a few weeks ago, I thought, after the coaching convention and the end of the NFL season, that's probably when we'd see some movement. And last night I was tipped off a little bit that some stuff might be happening down the road. So we'll see who ends up going, but I suspect this is the start of it.
Josh Gaddis?
I think most people feel that way, right? I mean, the offense wasn't a good fit. It was one of the worst in the country this past season. I know it wasn't necessarily all his fault. Personnel wasn't very good. Offensive line wasn't very good.
You say it wasn't a fit. I say it sucked. But go ahead.
Well, I'll say this. I think everybody who just thinks Josh Gaddis sucks as a coach is wrong. I mean, the guy won the Broyles Award. He was a part of a good Michigan team. Whether or not, that was a product of Michigan being good and him just being along for the ride is a question people have. But I think, look, he won the Broyles Award. You can't take that away from him. I just think for whatever reason, he came in here and didn't do a good job marrying his offense to the personnel that he had. But, Mario Cristobal has a hand in that too. He's the head coach. It's his job to make sure it fits all correctly. And unfortunately, just a bad first year for Miami. But we'll see. I think, again, that's the feeling. And in the end, we'll see who ends up moving around.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see what kind of changes are being made for the Canes, because I think it's incredibly important that you have coaches that are able to adjust to what you have and not kind of force the square peg in the round hole, because unfortunately sometimes you're gonna have an overall plan for something, and it's not going to succeed because something didn't go the way you thought. Somebody's or a player or two is completely different than what you thought, and then you've got to adjust as a coach. And I just thought he didn't do a really good job of that, and I would hope that that you get somebody that's going to adjust with what's going on at the moment. Talk to me a little bit about Cromani. What's the latest update? And I got to tell you, this is now starting to feel like every time we go overboard with one of these guys, it's like that player never really turns out to be a really good player. I hate when we go through this whole thing that it's a soap opera until the guy actually makes a stinking commitment.
Well, that's why on signing day, I tried to write a column telling Miami fans, look, this shouldn't surprise you. There's always drama that happens, right? With guys. It feels like every year we go through a story with a different guy. And it's still a great class at Miami San, regardless of whether or not they get Cormani McClain, right? I mean, still super talented, one of the best that any coach has put together at Miami. And I like it, especially because it addressed a huge need, which was size. There are a lot of the guys are big physical guys. When you watch Miami play, I think most of us in college football around the game are like, okay, that's not a very impressive looking team physically. I think Mario set out to do that, and he accomplished that in his class. So as far as Cormani McClain is concerned, again, last word that I had and conversations I've had with people in Lakeland is that Miami is still the place he wants to sign. Whether or not that happens on January 15th, as he said, I don't know. I mean, that's when he said the ceremony would take place. That's a Sunday. I don't know, if he can really sign the paperwork that he's assigned to go to Miami. It could be just a financial aid agreement, which you can sign with multiple schools. In the end, it matters where he is once summer classes start. To my understanding, he can't start classes at Miami in the early signing period. He can't start in the spring semester. He's going to have to wait till the summer. So really, this is a saga that even though we say January 15th and we keep saying that date over and over again, until that kid is on campus and in uniform, I'm just kind of like, okay, whatever.
We look at Ed Reed.
Mm-hmm.
Talk to me a little bit about Ed Reed's move to Bethune-Cookman, because there's a part of me that says, well, the prior coach kind of needed Ed Reed around. This coach really doesn't need Ed Reed around. And I'm just wondering, did Ed Reed feel like, yeah, I'm not really needed here, and moved on to another challenge? What was the reasoning?
Well, I think for Ed, like Deion Sanders, they're guys that like being around the game in some capacity. And Deion for years was around his children. He wanted to see them grow up playing football. Shedeur and his older son as well. Shedeur's the star quarterback. And he just enjoyed that part of it, of being the football dad and being involved in their lives. And he basically went from, hey, I'm coaching the Under Armour All-American game to let me get that bug and become a real college head coach at Jackson State, right? Well, I think Ed Reed's kind of been teetering in the same area, where he went and got a taste of it with the Buffalo Bills and Rex Ryan in around 2016, and has spent the last several years at Miami and kind of watching how the operation works behind the scenes, right? What does the head coach really have to do? Recruiting, what's that animal really like? And then I think ultimately, kind of like Deion, hey, this is my opportunity. Let me go to an HBCU that could really use me and needs the attention and needs somebody who could help them sort of shift the landscape a little bit. And so he went after it the same way. And, do I think Ed is as committed to the game as Deion was? Not necessarily. I think Deion was all in with the coaching thing. He really wanted to do it. He hired the staff around him. There were times when Ed would kind of be in the Miami building, and then other times he wasn't, where you're like, where's Ed Reed? He's not here today. I haven't seen him for a couple of weeks. So, and I know he's a businessman as well. He's got other things, his charities, things that he's involved in. So it'll be interesting to see. I know this from what I heard initially was he's going to have a good staff around him. People, a lot of good football people to help him make this transition. But I'm very interested to see how it works out for him, because in the end, you really have to want to do this job to be successful at it, and then have the financial support in a lot of ways, right?
Limited, right? That's what I was going to say. They got limited resources at Bethune-Cookman, bro. I mean,
yeah, and Jackson State was essentially the same. I mean, Deion, when he came in there with his Amazon money and his Under Armour money and all that other kind of stuff, he had the sponsorship. I'm not saying Ed Reed doesn't have some people who will help him. I'm sure he will, but it's a different animal. I think Deion is just on a different level when it comes to all that other stuff.
Oh, yeah. There are very few people at Deion's level, dude. Very few people as, the magnet that guy is. They only make a few of those kind of dudes. And Ed is not that kind of guy. I mean, maybe he'll film his Crown Royal commercials there. I don't know. I have no idea. No, I just thought it was kind of interesting. TCU, Georgia, who you got?
Yeah, I sat there trying to break the game down earlier this week, and I really want to pick TCU because I'd love to see somebody different win the championship. Oh, but it's one of those deals where just physically, right? Like Georgia's bigger. They've got more of the dudes. They've got more of the dudes, and they kind of got. I think they kind of got the rust off of them, escaping with the win last week against a very good, talented Ohio State team, who's just as talented as they are in terms of blue chip players. So it's one of maybe those wake up calls, and I just think Georgia's going to show up and play like a different team in this game because they just played last week, and so you kind of have that. Okay, we don't have a month off type of feel to you. I think it'll be a different game from that perspective. And TCU, they're talented. Max Duggan is tough as hell. I don't think it's going to be a blowout, but I do think Georgia's going to win and repeat as national champions.
So talk to us about the new facility that's going to be built.
Yeah, super loaded facility, 7 floors. Miami unveiled that earlier this week,
Where
and
the hell are they putting that? Where's the room for that?
well, they're moving stuff around, right? They've got to make room for it. I know the track, etc. All of those things, all of that land where the football fields are at the moment, things will be shifting around. I personally don't know exactly how they're going to do it. But I did have a conversation with someone last night. I got a phone call last night and was informed that the estimates of $100 million for this 7-floor facility that they're planning is under budget. That's not really what the number is. It's closer to 250 million because of the amount of sort of movements that they have to make. This isn't just, hey, one facility, there's this huge open area of land. You got to tear other stuff down. You got to move other things around. And so in the end, it's going to be closer to $250 million. I know the Florida Gators spent $85 million on their new football facility, but I don't think it's going to be half as nice as this one when you look at the renderings and some of the things. I mean, 7 floors of football facility with everything that's going to be in there. It's kind of crazy.
They got Coral Gables to agree on a 7-floor building.
Yeah, I mean, because it's on.
Think about that. Think about that.
Yeah, I mean, it costs a lot of money, right? And grease the wheels, etc., to get everything done and get it rolling. And so, but look, this is something that when they went out to Mario and pitched him at Oregon and said, "Hey, come back home," one of the first things out of his mouth is how are we going to compete? Right? If I'm going to agree to this, we need to have what Alabama and Oregon and everybody else in the country has. And he only agreed to come coach this team because Miami agreed to give him everything he wanted in terms of budget, in terms of facilities. On-campus stadium, I think, is a hope as well. But I don't ever really see that happening. I'm skeptical whether or not that'll ever really come to fruition or whether or not it's really needed. I know John Ruiz and his people feel strongly that it is. I'm of the opinion that Miami played in the Orange Bowl for many, many years. Being close to campus played no factor whatsoever. Students, when they were home, they were home. And you have an on-campus basketball arena that Jim Larrañaga works hard to fill, and there are nights when it's empty. So I think we need to all come to the realization that winning on the field at Miami requires great players, great coaching, and a little bit of positive momentum. I feel like, when Mark Richt had it, when they went 10-0 and they started that positive momentum, it just like stopped, right? Like all of a sudden, 3 straight losses and you're back to where you were. And that's,
see, the thing is, John Ruiz, great dude, great heart. Okay. Obviously, because he's willing to help a lot of people and he doesn't have to do this. He can keep all his billions and he doesn't have to share it or anything like that. And he's doing it. So God bless him. But he's a little jaded, because he can afford to send all of his kids to the University of Miami, but most of us can't. And so it's funny because I was at a bar the other day and we were talking about this with one of the owners, and he was telling me, well, we don't get as packed for the UM games. And I said, well, that's because they're not that good. And UM is the 6th pro team in town. And he goes, huh? And I go, yeah. I go, most people don't go to the University of Miami. Most of us can't send our kids there. We send them to FIU, FAU, or we'll send them to Florida State for less money. Yep. Okay? So they don't get to go there. What you see at the University of Miami is half the people are from out of this country when you walk onto that campus. And then the other half, they're from all over the United States, and they're from families that have money. Or look, my daughter did a semester there, but she did it strictly on scholarship, okay? Right. They gave her a dorm and everything, gave her a room and everything, but it was all scholarship. There's no way I could afford to send her there. That was purely on her own merits. Right. So she got there. And so that's the only way a lot of us could ever send our kids there, is if they get a scholarship or something to go there. Outside of that, we send them everywhere else. So you don't build a great alumni base. Right. The University of Miami has a shitty alumni base in South Florida compared to FIU and FAU. They have monster alumni bases. Why? Because a lot of these people, they get their degrees and they go back to their own towns in this country, or they go out of the country with that degree and they're out of here. And so we treat them like a pro team, because most of the people in the stands never went to the University of Miami, never even stepped on the campus. Put it that way. You know what I'm saying? And that's the thing. That's what's different. That's what I would, tell anybody, Ruiz too. We're a pro team, basically. And so when you're good, you'll fill it up. Hard Rock Stadium is more than enough because they're all not coming from the campus. In fact, very few of them are coming from the campus to the stadium. Oh, and by the way, the ones that come from the campus, they've got their Mercedes and their Acuras and their Toyotas and their Benzes and all. They can drive to the stadium, okay? You don't need an on-campus because all these kids are eating cold pizza in the morning from getting drunk the night before because they've only got $2 in their pockets and they're going over to the game wasted. No, they don't have that luxury here of having 50,000 people inside, your school at the moment that they could just walk over to the stadium and fill half of it right away. You know what I mean? It's just we're a different monster, dude. Than I think USC is a little bit like that too, right? Don't they?
Yeah, I mean, I mean, they play obviously at the Coliseum, right? That's where they've been for many, many, many years. And
aren't they private too?
Yes, they are.
Right, that's what I mean. Like most people there can't send their kids there, so it's really treated like a pro team. Like when they're good, they're packing it in, and when they're not, there'll be 40,000 in a 100,000 seat stadium. Whatever.
Yeah, and like Miami, there's a lot of things to do in LA, right? There's a lot of other distractions and a lot of other places to be, and so, yeah, I think Miami just has to sort of embrace who it is, and I think they're putting the money in the right places. They're putting it into the coaching staff, they're putting it into the facilities, all the things that you need to have to at least compete on that front. Look, I know John Ruiz. In the end, look, if he can build himself a stadium somehow, good, more power to you. Go ahead.
His crazy ass will do it, bro. Of course, it's awesome. He's super. He's driven. He's committed. It's awesome.
Right.
But is it really needed? No, dude. It's not for the University of Miami. It's actually really not needed.
And I think there's nothing wrong with being a university that can take pride in having a 8,000 seat basketball arena and try to fill that. Right. There's nothing wrong with trying to fill 30,000 seats with alumni and students every Saturday. There's nothing to be ashamed of. You don't need to be 100,000. You can't be Michigan if you just aren't Michigan, right? If you just don't have that amount of a support system, that's just what you are. And in the end, like you said, it's a pro team. This is a pro town. We all jump on the bandwagon when we need to jump on the bandwagon, and that's just the way it is.
Yep, that's it. And look at basketball. Basketball for me has lost a little bit its luster, and that's why he's not filling it anymore. Because if he was good, and we were talking about basketball 20 years ago, then the place would be packed because the talent would be completely different than it's in the building now. I just think college basketball nowadays, maybe it's just me because I'm biased in my views of it. It's just not that entertaining and not that sexy anymore. And yeah, I would imagine a lot of people my age kind of feel that same way too.
Yeah, I think most people, just like the NBA, right? We don't pay attention until Christmas. I don't think most people pay attention to college basketball until February, until you get close to March Madness and you start looking, is my team going to get in? Do they get into the tournament? How do they do in the conference tournament? Those kind of things. It's just an unfortunate the way the world works, man. It's just the way it is. Until football season ends, not even saying college football, but the NFL, I feel like basketball just doesn't really fall on the map.
No, you're right about that. All right, you told us where you're going. What are you working on there at the Athletic?
Well, we just put out a new recruiting roundtable. I'm working with Ari Wasserman and Mitch Light, my editor, and Grace Rayner, another one of the national recruiting writers. I told you I'm taking on more of a recruiting approach here at the Athletic, so we just put that out today. I've got a couple of other stories. I'll be at the coaching convention. So a lot going on. I got a mailbag. If you have questions for me from a state perspective, I mean, FSU, UF, USF, UCF. I got a bunch of UCF and USF questions. A lot of USF and UCF fans over at the Athletic. So I'll be answering those early next week. Just busy time, man. Everybody thinks, oh, football season's over, go vacation. Nah, it's like the NBA now in the sense where it's a year round. You're following free agency. There's a lot going on with players visiting Miami in terms of transfers and Miami looking at defensive tackle, cornerback. So there'll be stuff coming along the lines there.
By the way, one question for you on the way out. Rosendo asked Manny, after this crappy season, what steps is Mario convincing these top recruits to come?
Well, what is he doing to convince him? He's telling him there's a ton of playing time available because I don't like the guys that are here. I mean, I think if you were to give Mario Cristobal truth serum and say, hey, let us know how you really feel about the majority of the guys on this roster, he'd probably only keep 15 or 20 of them, in terms of guys that he thinks fits the mold for him and can help this university get to where it wants to go. So he's trying to flip the roster as best as he can. It's just one of those deals where you got to get to that. It's like a progressive deal. It's going to take 2-3 years to really wash things out. And I think, a lot of guys in this recruiting class came to Miami because they know they can get on the field quickly. They know the coaching staff really wants them. And for a lot of players, that's what it's all about. It's, does this guy believe in me and is he going to play me? And he's able to sell that pretty easily.
By the way, on the way out, Lenny Pena says, Big O, you're right. I'm a UM fan, been for years, and I've only driven by the UM campus on my way to the Grove. LOL.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with loving something and just being a fan from afar. I mean, there's no rules to fandom. I mean, everybody loves to criticize Miami fans and say, oh, they leave the stadium early. They only show up for the big games. I can tell you on social media and everywhere else, you and I know this. I mean, the fandom, the passion for it is always there. It's just, we got other lives, man. We can't afford. We're not all millionaires who can afford to buy tickets and be, at the campus every other day. I mean, there's a lot of normal people that live in South Florida.
Amen. Amen. What do you got for us, Sean?
I wanted to ask Manny a question.
Go ahead.
Did you see the Mark Pope thing with Deion Sanders?
I saw somebody sent me a message with it. I started watching it last night, the first of the 4 parts, and honestly, I was falling asleep because it's so much coach talk and so much BS of just repeating, cliche type content that I was falling asleep. But I did not see the actual segment where he rips Pope, but I heard about it, and look, I mean, this is what he's about, right? He wants to show that he's about being correct and being right and running the team the right way. I know it was embarrassing as hell for Mark Pope from what I heard, and am I surprised? Not in the least. I think a lot of coaches do that.
What happened? I don't know.
Essentially, what he did was in front of the team, I think he asked, he told them that Pope was sort of a poison on the roster.
A cancer to the team.
A cancer to the team. And I guess I don't know what he was doing behind the scenes, missing meetings, doing whatever it was behind the scenes. And then he asked the team, should we keep him around? And I think they basically voted him off the island. So,
okay.
He dismissed him from the team right there in the room.
Right.
Wow. All right. So that video's out there of Cristobal doing that?
Yeah. The one I saw was only 30
Deion
seconds.
Sanders.
Yeah, Deion Sanders.
Oh, Deion Sanders.
At Jackson State.
At Jackson State, correct.
Oh. Okay.
Because the Amazon Coach Prime show, so it's a clip from that.
Oh, okay. I've never watched that. Okay. See, okay.
4-part series, though. I will warn you, it is a little sleep-inducing, a little too much cliche for me. And maybe it's because I'm too involved with football and around these guys. I just hearing the same thing over and over again kills me. But that part, I guess, was entertaining because he dismissed the guy for everybody.
Tough love is not an easy thing to practice in today's world.
No. And look, I think most coaches. It's a tough line to sort of toe because you don't want to lose the room. And the one thing I hear over and over again from these guys is these kids are different. They're a little more sensitive. You show them tough love, they may crumble on you. Whereas back in the day, it was a different sort of mentality.
Amen. All right. Follow him on Twitter at Manny_Navarro and catch his work there at The Athletic. Better yet, subscribe and catch him twice a week here doing his thing with the Canes, where Miami Hurricanes report. Manny, as always, thank you, my brother. Appreciate you.
All right. I'll take care, man. See you guys.
You got it. There you go. The great Manny Navarro. All right. That's our Canes, where Miami Hurricanes report.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CFs, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at Caneswear.com or InnerMiamiWear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Right, all right, all right. We'll get Omar Kelly in just a couple minutes here at the bottom of the hour. Do want to remind you, Nature B, a proud sponsor of our program. And folks, remember, you can get 2 months right now for $66. All right. And we're going to give you the third month for free and free shipping. So hurry up, get on board, get those 2 golden capsules in your system every single day. It'll boost your immune system. And by the way, it also gives you energy throughout the day. It is potentiated, which they break down the cells right away. So once you absorb it, it gets right into your bloodstream, into your system, and it just gets igniting you. And it's a beautiful thing. You'll grow stronger nails, fuller hair, all of that. Maybe that's why my hair has been so good, because I've been taking it for over 20 years. My daughter's been taking it, although she was off of it for a month there. I had to go get her. I had to get her some more. She didn't tell me she ran out, and so I got her some more. That wasn't going to save her from bronchitis. Anybody could get bronchitis, but either way, she is protected every single day for 20 years, and so is my wife and myself, the entire family. It's great for the kids. It's great for the adults. It's all natural. Plant pollen, man. The benefits of plant pollen are amazing, and it's grown in clean, green New Zealand, straight from the earth, straight from Mother Nature, not made in a lab or anything like that. That's why you can't even OD on it. You can eat 50 of them, and it's not gonna do anything to you. You'll be healthy as hell. That's for damn sure. But all you need is those 2 golden capsules every day. Go to naturebee.com and get 2 months for $66. We're going to give you the third month for free and free shipping. naturebee.com. All kinds of great products. The lip balm is something that I love to use from Nature B. It is awesome. The soaps are amazing. Where's my packet? Damn it. Where's my here we are. If you got a sore throat, there you go. The honey and manuka drops are amazing. You can have those too. I use that when I have a sore throat. I mean, they got all kinds of products. The women will love the wrinkle cream. Okay, my wife swears by it. She loves the wrinkle cream. Not that I use it, but she uses it. So there you go. Go to naturebee.com. 2 months, $66. The third month for free and free shipping, less than $1 a day for that protection. It's crazy. naturebee.com. Check it out. All right, what else do we have going on? We've got Omar Kelly and our essential experts, our essential moving experts.com, Miami Dolphins Exchange.
Time to talk aqua and orange, Miami Dolphins fans. It's the Essential Moving Experts Miami Dolphins Exchange with Omar Kelly. When you're looking to move your home or business anywhere in the U.S. from coast to coast, call Essential Moving Experts at 305-602-8369. Flat rates and no surprise charges. EssentialMovingExperts.com. 305-602-8369. Let's talk Dolphins football. Here's Omar Kelly.
All right, there he is. How you feeling, my man? You feeling good?
I am blessed. I'm alive. There are a lot of people that I know that are not alive anymore, who are my age or younger.
Amen.
I have my family. My daughter brings me joy. That's all I could ask for.
Another blessing, too, is to watch DeMar pull out of one hell of a situation, man. God, the fact that the NFL had the first responders there like they have for every game.
Yes.
And, you know, and Stephen Ross, by the way, has taken it to another level, building a stinking hospital right on the facility.
Not just every game, but every practice, too. Because
yeah, of course, every practice. But to take it to another level, you know, Stephen Ross now has built a hospital right there.
It's not a hospital.
Well, you know what I mean. It's like
yeah. I mean, but like, still,
it's a place where they could handle some stuff just in case.
No, that's just for X-rays and rehab and treatment. But if something in an emergency case situation happened, they would be shooting that person to a hospital.
Yeah,
But yeah, it's. You know, and I got cared for by the first responders when I collapsed during a practice. So I'm extremely thankful and appreciative for my care. And I never, I never really thought about it because I've covered the NFL for 15 years, and there's emergency personnel at every practice, not just NFL, but college, which shows you how dangerous the game is. You don't it's not, they don't have emergency care at basketball practices.
Oh, no, yeah, no, not basketball practice, but games they do. But yeah,
games they do, yes. But EMTs at basketball practice?
No.
That's the case for football.
Yeah. No, yeah, it's true, and it's really smart to have it, and dangerous it is, but it's amazing because the minors don't have that, police officers don't have that. You know what I'm saying? We could like start talking about window washers don't have that. There's a lot of like dangerous jobs all over the world that people don't realize. You know what I mean? There's a lot of people making a lot less money doing all kind, like the dude or the woman that's walking up poles for FP&L. You know what I mean? Working with electrical wires.
Why did you choose a woman? Because I saw a woman the other day doing that job. Why did you just say a woman by it?
I always say men or women for everything, pretty much, because unless I'm talking about football or something. Why? Because I treat everybody equally, because women do all kinds of jobs, nowadays. Now we're actually not as chauvinistic anymore, and legally we've opened up and we've given other people opportunities, and women deserve the same kind of opportunities. So I'm just saying, men or women that are doing like, lifeguard, there's a lot of people that do very dangerous jobs every single day of their lives. You know what I'm saying? And it's just, I'm just glad that DeMar was able to get through this whole thing. Now, let me ask you, I am not with this whole thing of canceling the game. I disagree in canceling this game. Omar, for me, there's a dead week in the Super Bowl anyways. Nobody's bought tickets to travel, so you're not screwing any fans over. Nobody knows what the playoff seedings are right now, all of that. So why not play the games this week? Next week, make it the Bills and the Bengals. Make it a big weekend and celebrate and all that. It's a monster game. Your ratings
why not?
And you can also, by the way, as they told me yesterday, you can also hold the wild card round at the same time, because that game doesn't affect the wild card round. And then the following week, everything falls into place.
You know why not? Because for the 4 hours that you would be putting that one game on national television, you would be reliving the DeMar Hamlin situation for 4 hours, reminding people that a player nearly died on the field.
And what's going to happen when they meet in the playoffs, Doggy?
Listen, the NFL is all about turning the page.
I get it.
This was
You're
a
right.
PR. This was, while they turned it into something, the best case scenario that it could have been, a player literally was not unconscious, but lifeless on the field.
Right.
You
saw,
saw,
by the way, on a freakish thing. It really
saw his teammates break down, crying in distress. Not teammates, but the other players on the field. They're crying. And then you say, oh, we're going to resume the game in 15 minutes. And then the coaches have to come out and say, no, we're not. And then you say, oh, okay, no, we're not. And then it becomes
I get it, but Cincinnati and Buffalo may meet in the playoffs.
Okay,
so you will relive it again anyways, whether you like it or not.
The NFL needs to turn their page and say, don't look over there, look over here. Our games are entertaining. You like this gladiator sport. People might die, but you really like it. It's entertaining. Look over here. Don't look over here. Don't look at
like ESPN is doing with Dana White slapping his wife. I got you. I understand.
Don't just call out ESPN. Every media outlet is doing it.
Every media outlet is cowardly avoiding Dana White slapping his wife twice, by the way. Twice.
She hit him first. Not that makes it better. Nobody.
That doesn't make
nobody
a difference.
Should be putting their hands on anybody.
No, I know that, but you and I know a woman ain't doing shit to me by slapping me. Okay,
it don't matter. It don't matter. It don't matter.
Unless it's Layla Ali who might knock my ass
It's
out.
a behavior thing. Nobody should be putting their hands on anybody.
I get that, but my point is, you still Jay-Z the bitch. Okay,
it don't listen.
Solange can go crazy. She can be hitting you all you want, but you gotta be Jay-Z. You gotta rise above it.
I don't.
No matter what.
We've
You know I'm right.
Series 2.
You know I'm right.
For multiple reasons. We've avoided it on Series 2 for multiple reasons.
No, but you know I'm right. You got to be Jay-Z, not Dana White.
No, you don't have to be anything. Nobody should be putting their hands on anybody. Man,
I get that, Omar, but if it happens,
it's not okay. None of it's okay.
I never said it was okay. I just said men don't hit back.
Nope.
That's all.
Nobody should be putting their hands on anybody.
It does.
And it's not excusing.
But it happens. And if a woman
It
goes a little crazy,
it shouldn't happen. That's like me saying men put their hands on women. It happens.
No. See, you're not listening to me. It can't happen. Men don't put hands on women. That's not the rule. That's not the way it goes.
Women shouldn't put hands on men.
They shouldn't.
Not acceptable.
They shouldn't.
Not excusing it. Nobody should put hands on anybody.
But if they do, you act like Jay-Z, is my point. That's all I'm saying. If they do, you act like Jay-Z. That's what a gentleman does. Okay? I don't care why she got crazy. If he was cheating on what's her name? Damn it, what's her name? What's his wife's name? Brain farting now. What's her? Beyonce. So if she's pissed because he was cheating on Beyonce, whatever. Okay, whatever he was wronged for or whatever, I don't know. I don't know what the hell was going on. But Solange is going crazy. You just hold her. You just try to calm it down, but you're never the person that loses the cool. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Because that to me is what a man is supposed to do, because women aren't going to hurt you, bro. Give me a
woman
break.
isn't supposed to be hitting you. Women isn't
I
supposed
know
to be
that, but she's not going to hurt you either by
It doesn't matter.
slapping you or
matter.
whatever. Oh, give me a break.
It does not matter. It does not matter.
It's a gnat.
It does not matter.
I get it, but don't lose your cool if you're a man for that. You know.
When you excuse, when you do what most people are doing, which is excusing her behavior while chastising him.
I'm not excusing her. I get it.
It's
I
not
get
okay.
it, but he's more at fault than she is.
There's nobody more at fault. It's not okay to put your hands on your spouse.
Yeah, twice, bro.
Whether woman or man.
Twice. And by the way, that exchange there, I can tell that ain't the first time that exchange has happened. That's for sure, because that was too casual there, bro. Way too casual. That's all I'm going to say. But, cowards at ESPN. This is why I'm glad I'm on my own and I'm not tied to any corporate assholes, because then, you can't talk about what? Get out of here, bro. I have no. ESPN would have had a problem with me on that one, but because I would not have been able to stay quiet on that. Anyway, your thoughts on the game this week? What do you think?
Skylar Thompson against Joe Flacco. It's sexy.
Riveting.
Riveting. I don't see any excuse why the Dolphins shouldn't be able to win this game. I'm sure everybody will say, oh, they won't be able to win this game because they got a 7th-round quarterback. The San Francisco 49ers are about to go to the Super Bowl with a 7th-round quarterback.
Yeah, completely different situation. Completely different situation. Quarterback here has to do a lot more than there. There you have a dominant defense that controls.
You got a lot of weapons here.
You have a running game that is consistent passing and running with Christian. You have a dominant tight end. You have two wide receivers. You have a much better offensive line. All you have to do is facilitate in San Francisco. In Miami, you
have to do is facilitate here.
You have to do a little more. You don't have a consistent running game. You don't have a coach that sticks to your running game. You don't have an offensive line that is necessarily
That's what this guy's supposed to be. And I'm not a fire Mike McDaniel guy.
No, me neither. But although he's shown, some chinks in the armor.
He's not a genius as he's portrayed to be.
He's a young. I think I would call him a young genius. I think sometimes he outsmarts himself. That's what I would call him.
I think, and if I'm allowed the opportunity to be candid, one of the things that I was very uncomfortable with about the Mike McDaniel hire.
Well, you called Tua a weirdo, so you could get as candid as you want. Go ahead.
Did I do that with you, or did I do that somewhere else?
You did it with, yeah, I know you have no memory, but yes, you did it right here on this show.
Okay, that's what it was.
All right, I'm off the beat.
Let me humbly apologize for calling Tua a weirdo. He's different. He's unique.
I knew what you meant. I knew what you meant, but it just came out terrible.
I was never comfortable with Mike McDaniel being forced a defensive coordinator and a special teams coach and a defensive staff.
But you know why they did that, right? Because he's a new coach and he probably doesn't have all the connections.
I don't care. He can hire his own people. If he wanted to retain them, he wasn't given the option.
Right.
Which
I
is
get it. I get it.
Not okay with me. Because
I get it, but I think that's what will happen.
Let me finish what I'm saying, Big O. Because when the heat on the pot starts heating up and our butts are on fire, I need to know these guys are loyal to me and don't have a fight or flight and have more of a fight response than a flight response. And special teams and defense, the two guys that he had to inherit because they were snitches and disloyal to the last staff, really performed drastically below expectation to what was the expectation. Whether you can say it was injuries, whether you could say you could blame it on whatever. If this team doesn't make it to the playoffs, there will, because they are riding a, what would it be, 6-game losing streak, or if they win the game, the only thing that will stop them from making the playoffs is the Patriots making the playoffs, which would be a complete travesty because the Patriots are trash, but they would have to beat the Bills, which I think the Bills are about to beat the brakes off them. So
yes, they are. Yeah.
You ultimately really control your own destiny. Yes, you don't have your starting quarterback. Yes, you don't have your number 2 quarterback, but you have Skylar Thompson, who's been in this offense. You've got a week of practice. He's a young guy who, at the end of the season, everybody was talking about, oh man, we got something special here, including myself, because I really liked him. I liked what I saw in training camp.
He's a youngin', bro. I mean, give me a break.
So was Tua at this point last year. He's a youngin'. No, not at this point. 2 years ago, Tua was a youngin' when he took over as a starting quarterback. There should be no excuse why they don't win this game. With the exception of the Jets have a ridiculously good defense and Skylar Thompson can get his face kicked in, especially if that offensive line isn't up to snuff. And we all know Teron Armstead has to play. And I think he will play because he's been toughing it out all season. Yeah. If they don't get it done, then I think you're going to have to fire at least 2 coordinators and start fresh, because start the way that you should have started, which is been able to hire your own staff.
I think they just did it for continuity purposes for the first year to not put that whole burden on a rookie coach.
Why?
Well,
what good did continuity do you on special teams?
You were hoping that you would have some continuity on that side of the ball so you can actually get, production out of it.
I've covered this organization for 15 years. They haven't done SHIT for continuity in 15 years when they fired people. And
I know the human Jenga thing doesn't work out. I get all of that. I understand all of that. But you're talking about a coach that's never done it. So it's really hard for them to find all the
I think he would have been way more than capable of hiring his own defensive staff or hiring Vic Fangio, which he wanted to do and really wasn't allowed to do. And by hiring Vic Fangio and Vic Fangio bringing or building his defensive staff, But
my point is, for whatever reason, he retired anyway. So I don't really know what the deal is. Even if he doesn't come back this year, your story is complete bullshit. Just so you'll know.
Listen,
if he comes back this year, you have something.
Vic
And that's for
Fangio's
all,
probably
and
gonna
not
go
just
with
you,
Sean
not
Payton.
just you, but I want to send this message to everybody out there that mentioned Fangio. Fangio better come back this year to play.
Hold on.
If he
Time out.
doesn't,
Let's
then
talk
he
about
doesn't.
Fangio.
He
Give me a
retired
second.
last year and nothing. He was never coming here. He was never
Let's
going
talk about
anywhere.
Fangio. No, hold on. Time out. Let's talk about Fangio since we're gonna go down this rabbit hole. Vic Fangio, why would he work when the Denver Broncos already owe him, I believe, 2 years of his salary?
That's fine.
And he can get that pay. I never understood this concept of why guys go work for free when their contracts feature offset language, which means whatever they're making is going to be taken off what the Denver Broncos owe them. So, yeah, take a year to reset, take a year to do whatever. But Fangio is looking for the right situation, the right opportunity, and he might be waiting on Sean Payton. And from what I've heard, and so if he goes with Sean Payton, great. If Sean Payton doesn't decide to coach again, and Fangio decides to sit out another year till Sean Payton's coaching, okay, say la vie. I don't know Vic Fangio personally. I don't know what his plans are. I don't know whether his wife likes him.
That's what I'm saying.
Waking up next to him. I say the same thing about Sean Payton. Sean Payton's making what, $10 million a year doing television, where you work 20 weeks out the year, and get paid $11 million, and you basically do a 3-day work week for $11 million, and everybody's so certain that after burnout, you're just going to go hop into the next job because you miss football so goddamn much.
Well, he's not going to come back unless he gets a quarterback. That's why he stepped away. Come on,
bro. Yeah, I mean, hold on. Let that man is probably enjoying the hell out of life right now. You make $11 million working 3 days out the week for 20 weeks?
Not really, man. Not really, Omar. Sometimes people want to do what they love to do, bro, and they don't feel as productive. Even it's not like he really needs the money. I'm sure he has plenty of money in the bank.
Yeah.
So if he goes to work again, he'll get that money back when he goes to work again for somebody else. So don't assume that. I think everybody's wired differently. Some people like to do what they do, man. You know what I mean? They have a passion.
But that's why he left his burnout, right? And burnout.
He had no quarterback. He was going to run into a
but
wall.
He's been talking about burnout for a little while. I mean, you can't trust me. It wears on you. The man went through a divorce. Life happened. Like, take a minute to reset your life. Like, you don't have to be one-off season. You're making $11 million doing TV. Why would you go do work for what, $13-14 million to work 60-70 hour weeks?
They love it. That's their thing, bro. I think he's coming back when he finds the right spot with the right quarterback. And that's what it is. I don't think Peyton wants to come back to run into walls again. If he doesn't have the QB, he saw what life was like without Drew Brees, and it was like, yeah, no, I'm not doing this shit. And so I think that's why he stepped away.
You're a QB master. You're the predominant quarterback whisperer. Go make you a new QB.
Yeah, and by the way, you also have to go somewhere because you also have to trade for him. So either he goes right back to New Orleans with a plan.
I wonder how long they own his rights. Like, how is there a statute of limitation?
I think they owe his rights because he's got a couple years left on the deal. So he would have to wait a couple of years until that contract expires. Once the contract expires, then he becomes a free agent. But while they're paying him, okay,
they're not paying him.
Okay, so that if they're not paying him, then it's on hold until he comes back. Whenever he comes back, you have to trade for him then. Because if there's no buyout, then there's no freedom from that contract. They own your rights. Wherever he goes, that's why the rumor is he and Brady go back to New Orleans. And by the way, it makes a lot of sense because Dennis Allen then goes back to being defensive coordinator because nobody's going to give Dennis Allen a head coaching job. So maybe that's what happens. What's up, Sean? What do you got? Breaking news?
Per Pro Football Talk, the Saints hold Peyton's contractual rights at least through 2024.
Wow. So 2 more years. So there you go. So you have to not only you have to trade for him and pay him. That's a
Kane is
lot.
not the problem.
So the rumor is he goes back to New Orleans with Tom Brady.
I don't see that happening.
I don't know,
but I could
whatever.
be wrong.
All right, what'd you think of the report this week that Mike McDaniel's job is on the line? You buying it?
No, because the one thing that Steve Ross has really hated during his tenure as the executive of as the owner of the Miami Dolphins is hiring people, and he's very resistant to firing people. He's not going to do it after one season. Not going to happen.
Right. Yeah. The assistant coaches stuff, that's
He
automatic.
literally hates hiring people. So he doesn't like the scrutiny, doesn't like the process.
Plus, this isn't a Cam Cameron like year or anything like that.
Yeah, no.
There's been a lot of good. It's just there was a lot of bad.
I mean,
luck.
you could really justify the collapse, which, should they have pulled off a victory against Green Bay? Absolutely. Tua was through 3
Buffalo was the most winnable game of them all.
Nah.
What are you talking about, bro? Tyreek and Sherfield dropped a touchdown. Braylon Sanders didn't run for a touchdown. The head coach goes for a 2-point conversion early in that game. The defense gets you a turnover in the fourth quarter, and on 3rd and 1 you decide to pass the ball instead of run the ball.
It's a Super Bowl champion on their turf in difficult elements.
Won that game. That game should have been won by the Dolphins.
Super Bowl champion in difficult elements. I just don't see that. But okay, San Fran was going to beat the snot out of you. They did that, even with.
Oh yeah, no, that one you lost badly.
Chargers. Okay, you got out.
You had it. You had that one too. You could have had that one. That was a 1-score game, bro.
It's not like Buffalo. Then the Packers. Then last week to the goddamn Patriots. It's it is what it is, man. It's not like they got blown out. And in the earlier stretch, you lost your starting quarterback.
Well, they never get blown out. Yeah. That doesn't happen at all. They're always in every game.
San Fran was kind of a blowout.
Yeah, but that one, and it was still a pretty close score. But yeah, they kicked their ass. That one was like they dominated you. Well, it's also Tua was like, wow, he was bad that day. He was like catastrophically bad that day. You got to give San Fran credit. They stifled the hell out of the coach and Tua on that one.
There's no reason that you shouldn't finish the season with a winning record. There's no reason that you should not be the Jets with Joe Flacco as the starting quarterback. Joe Flacco is probably the worst starting quarterback in the NFL right now. I would put him behind Purdy and Stidham. Joe Flacco, and I'm a Joe Flacco fan from back in the day, but Joe Flacco is a very predictable quarterback.
He's old now, bro. I mean, he's done now.
He's big player check down, and so there's no in between. So prevent the big play, defend the check down, you win. Like, get pressure on him, rattle him, hit him a couple of times. He'll check down more often. It's not a hard formula to put together here. So to me, this game, as I've always said, and we've argued this for a number of weeks, this game comes down to a defensive performance, and hopefully they don't play like booty cheeks.
Let's hope so. What do you got going on I Am Athlete so folks can check you out?
We're getting ready to launch our season. We're doing, obviously, I just put up a video from the radio show that we did on Brandon Flowers, who joined us for the first time this week, and talking about concussions and how it ended his career. He brought up Tua as well in that conversation, and how Tua should really be more, because Brandon Flowers had a number of series of concussions that basically convinced him that it was time to go. One thing that he really said to on the show, which I'm going to retweet the link to the podcast, was that every time he had a concussion, his focus was no longer about football. It was about getting back to his family, seeing his kids, trying to short-term memory stuff, trying to get my head back to normal. And the more he had it, the more he started to think about the end. And it really just started to make me think about Tua. And I'm not one of those people who sit here and say Tua should never play the game again, or Tua, you know.
He shouldn't play this season. He shouldn't play this season.
I actually don't agree with that as well. But I can understand where people are coming from. I have migraines.
Give him time to recover for the rest of the offseason. Start him fresh next year. And if he doesn't want to learn how to get rid of the football, then, well, his career will be really short in the league.
I've always said his career is going to be shorter than it should be, but it's not. He's not a big quarterback. He's small. He's shown you he's got durability issues, but that doesn't mean he can't be dynamic during that run. And the question is, how long will that run be? And I'm not of the opinion that this is something that's major, but you know, everybody else is got their PhD in head trauma. So
you can make it major if you continue to play him and mount the in a short amount of time, mount the concussion. So that's why I would, you know, that Nowinski guy convinced me. He's a concussion expert. He's a former player. And he pointed out that Sidney Crosby, who's had like, I don't know, 7-8 concussions already, every time he gets a concussion, he takes a significant time off to recover from it before he gets on the ice again. And dude, he plays hockey, which is probably worse than football, than a quarterback. That's for sure. Because you're checked into walls all the goddamn time in hockey. I mean, it is brutal. If that guy's had like 7 or 8 concussions already, but Nowitzki says, hey, you got to give it time to heal. And I think we have to look at the Buffalo one like it was one. And then the other 2, we got to kind of look at it like he had 3. Dude, don't risk a 4th one in a season. Just let him rest for the rest of the season. I'm with you. I don't think it's a big thing long term. But I think if you allow him to suffer another one, you could risk something becoming a bigger issue. Look, Jordan Reed, and even Tua, this 3rd one here, bro, that was a regular tackle. That was a normal tackle in the NFL. And so it reminds me of Jordan Reed, the tight end from Florida. He had like 10 concussions, but his concussions would happen easier and easier and easier as it went on because they're mounting. And I think that that's what you've got to stay away from. And that's the only reason I would keep him off the field for the remainder of this season. That's all I'm saying. So, all right. Follow him on Twitter at Omar Kelly, and of course, catch him at I Am Athlete. We'll talk to you next week, my brother. Appreciate you, man. Have a great week.
You too.
You got it. There you go. The great Omar Kelly with our Miami Dolphins Essential Moving Experts, Miami Dolphins Exchange. And of course, call my friends at Essential Moving Experts. When we talk about Sean Williams, we talk about local moving services nationally. You call my friends at essentialmovingexperts.com. They will get it done. Sean Williams has been at this for a long time, baby, and they know how to get it done. Go to essentialmovingexperts.com. They are the best movers in the country. So they're stationed in Daytona, by the way. I was going to say Doral. In Daytona, and they service the entire country. All right. So it's not just because sometimes we have some sponsors that are locally here in South Florida. We have national sponsors like Sloman's Home Shield, and we have Essential Moving Experts, which of course are also national sponsors. Go to essentialmovingexperts.com if you're moving your home or your business. Tell them that Big O sent you, and they will take care of you.
You've been listening to the Essential Moving Experts Miami Dolphins Exchange with Omar Kelly. When you're looking for local, home, long moving services, or office relocation, call Essential Moving Experts at 305-602-8369. Flat rates and no surprise charges. EssentialMovingExperts.com. 305-602-8369. Miami Dolphins fans, follow Big O Radio Show on all platforms and keep up with your favorite NFL team.
All righty. Don't forget Sports Grill, proud sponsor of our program. They've got 8 great locations. The brand new one in Doral is on, baby. $1.50 Bud Light drafts during the NCAA and NFL games. We still have the NCAA games going on. We got Monday. We got the national championship game going on. And then Saturday and Sunday, you got NFL games going on. Take advantage. New cocktails, the cherry lemonade and the tailgate tea, $5 during NCAA and NFL games. Domestic pitchers, $12. Bone-in wings, 15% off. New items on the menu, the buttermilk chicken sandwich, the buffalo tater tots. They are amazing. On Mondays, they've got the $7 single smash burger. Tuesdays, the $2 tacos. You can choose from chicken, beef, or fish. And Wednesdays, the kids eat for free with the purchase of an adult entree. Sports Grill, baby. 8 amazing locations here in South Florida. Find the one nearest you and go enjoy it with friends and family, baby, over at Sports Grill. Now, we get ready for hour number 3 and fantasy football. Is your Super Bowl this weekend? You're lucky. Some of these games actually matter. Some of you were unlucky last week. Well, now this week, let's see if you can get back on track. Daily fantasy, all kinds of stuff. Let's get to it. Scott Pianowski will start off hour number 3 with our Sports Grill Fantasy Football Zone.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your Inter Miami CFs, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or intermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inter Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
Statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. PPR, Draft, Keeper, Dynasty. It's the Sports Grill Fantasy Football Zone with Yahoo Sports' Scott Pianowski. Keep up with your fantasy football teams by visiting any of the 8 great Sports Grill locations. Sports Grill, good food, good drink, good friends. Here's Scott Pianowski.
All righty, we're ready to talk a little fantasy football. You all ready out there? Send in your questions right now on the YouTube chat board. You can send it in on a super chat because that'll stand out. You want to send it in on Cash App or Venmo. And by the way, thank you to Ho Yoon chiming in on a little Venmo. Thank you out there. Appreciate it. Cash App or Venmo, you can send in at Cash Big O Show. That is Cash Big O Show on Cash App or Venmo. Mr. Pianowski, how are you doing, sir?
Hanging in. It's been a very difficult week, and just, great to see that DeMar Hamlin's physical condition is on the improve. He's speaking now, and we don't know what the future holds for him, but we're just, his life was saved, and hopefully he'll have some quality of life going forward. And it's hard, man. We've been covering football, watching football since we were young. We know it's a very dangerous game. It's a very physical game, and you try not to think about it because you can't live your life scared or petrified of what might happen. But every once in a while, something like this happens, and it jolts you, and it just reminds you how meaningless really everything is, and that all that matters is health and relationships at the end of the day. So it's been I'm probably a day or two behind my normal prep. Look, week 18 is fantasy. It's kind of a weird fantasy week, right? A lot of leagues have already been decided. Not everybody plays this week. There are some teams that won't play this week competitively. A lot of backup quarterback. About half the leagues feels like it's starting their backup quarterback this week. So there's a lot of uncertainty anyway. But I just want to admit my emotional ambivalence. It's just been a hard few days, and the only thing I take joy from right now is that Damar Hamlin is on the improve.
Yep, he's on the he's improving, which is absolutely awesome. But let's kind of ride the fantasy thing. Like, we all deal with different situations. You know how many people lost their championship because of Josh Allen and Joe Burrow?
For sure. It's funny. Fantasy.
How about that? I mean, we talk about I always tell people in fantasy, half of it is skill because you got to know what the hell you're doing at least.
Sure.
But the other half is luck.
Ton of luck,
and other injuries and all kinds of personal issues or tragedies like what we had, the other night, which was, that game was important to everything and anything that has to do with the NFL. I actually disagree completely with canceling the game now. Now knowing that Damar is going to be fine and he's headed in the right direction. I kind of disagree in not replaying this game because it affects everything about the playoffs. And that's kind of a shame. And then in our world here in fantasy, man, that there's got to be there's a lot of personal discussions going on in fantasy football this week about what do we do? Should this be right? Or who knows? I wonder if any team said, all right, let's replay our games this week.
Yeah, fantasy, much like the NFL, the last 72 hours, it's been, what do we do now? Do you take Joe Burrow's score from Week 18 and apply it, or Josh Allen's score from Week 18 and apply it? And the NFL, I think they were kind of in a no-win situation. Every different scenario I heard spelled out had some kind of flaw with it. What they're doing now is really weird with neutral site games. Potentially, there could be a coin flip involved. But it's just so difficult this time of year. So much of the infrastructure is where it is, and there's planning that gets done and everything. I know the NFL has that extra week between the championship games and the Super Bowl, which may have allowed things to maybe push back a week. Ideally, I wish they could have played the Bills-Bengals game. And I realize that it had Hamlin gone the wrong way health-wise, that maybe you can't ask the players to do that. But with him improving, I thought maybe that was a more plausible scenario. But ultimately, they're not going to do it. Some fantasy leagues are just saying, okay, we're treating it like a rain out. The game didn't happen. If you had Bengals or Bills, and you're two of the best offenses in football, that's one of the ironies here, right? This was one of the games of the season. We're all excited about
receivers, running backs, quarterbacks.
Two superstar quarterbacks and two guys who could easily be MVP some year. They won't win it this year, but two of the three are in a year where there's been such awful quarterback play, right? Josh Allen and Joe Burrow are two guys we can set our watch by. Diggs is a superstar. Chase is a superstar. T. Higgins is a heck of a good football player. So, yeah, it's a gut punch. I've seen a lot of different fantasy scenarios. Some people say, look, let's just split the prize. Some people have been like, well, let's apply what happens this week retroactively to last week. I'm not going to tell anybody what's the right thing to do. Whatever your league decides on, go with that.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, but I would imagine that the discussions and arguments are very interesting, down the stretch, because that game had so much of an impact in reality and in fantasy. Again, the good thing, nobody's making any light of Damar's injury. We're all blessed that he's climbing out of this thing, which is truly amazing, because, man, it did not look good the other night. So I wanted to have a little fun with you. If you have any fantasy football questions, send them in right now on the YouTube chat board or on Cash App or Venmo at Cash Big O Show. And you can also send them in on Twitter at Big O Show too. We'll look for them there. Let's go into some daily fantasy for tomorrow. Pat Mahomes over and under half an interception. And I say that because they turn over the ball a lot in KC. So I'm just wondering for daily fantasy players, how would you look at that one?
I would lean under on the interceptions for Mahomes, but I will say this. The last 10 Chiefs games, they are 1-8-1 against the spread. As my colleague Matt Harmon at Yahoo says, they've been playing with their food, right? How does this team go to overtime against Tennessee with Ryan Tannehill out? And I think the Titans completed like 5 passes this game. How do they go to Houston and need overtime, even though they had over
500 yards Houston
right?
got, dude.
Right. Over 500 yards against Houston, then somehow that game goes to overtime. The Chiefs seem like a team that's been a little bit bored. Kelsey hasn't scored in a month. I know he's been dominant at the tight end position, but you would think they'd take care of the Raiders. But I got to admit, I thought the Raiders were going to get absolutely trampled last week. Backup quarterback, 49ers defense, and the Niners needed overtime. The Niners easily could have lost that.
Shame on you for underestimating Jarrett Stidham.
I guess so, right? And again, that's been this. I say this every week. It's been the story of the year is just the quarterback uncertainty, right? And Jarrett Stidham, the hero that the Raiders needed. Yeah, I guess Brock Purdy's the hero that the 49ers needed. They may be the NFC favorite right now. I think the Chiefs are going to take care of business, but the way they've been playing the last couple of months, I get if anybody's hesitant. And against the spread, I would have to take the Raiders.
All right. So Mahomes over and under passing yards, 325.5.
That's really high. I have to go under on that. They're going to run the ball some of the time.
Jerick McKinnon receiving yards, 34.5.
That's an over I like. He's also, if you can get a prop on him to catch a touchdown, he's caught 4 touchdown passes in the fantasy playoffs. He's been one of there haven't been that many waiver wire hits this year. And I'm not saying you won your league because of Jerick McKinnon, but he may have helped you. He may have been that running back 2 or flex play that got you through the last month. McKinnon, Cam Akers came out of nowhere. The Rams were ready to walk away from Cam Akers in the middle of the season, and then he turned into a feature back in the final month of the year. So you guys like McKinnon and Akers have really come through for us as running back 2s. They're not winning your league for you, but they've been really serviceable. And they like McKinnon in hurry-up packages, and they like McKinnon as a pass blocker. So he's going to have a role every week.
All right. Travis Kelce over and under 75.5 yards.
Slightly over. I also think he's got to score a touchdown this week. I like if you can get him for first touchdown, maybe. I think that's a bet I would look into. But the Raiders generally don't have great seam coverage. Kittle got him last week, and by the way, Kittle, who was always like a touchdown underachiever, he's got 5 touchdowns his last 3 weeks. So he's really singing with Brock Purdy. After seeing what Kittle did to the Raiders, I think Kelsey, who doesn't need any help anyway, is probably in a good spot on Saturday.
Devontae Adams over and under 78.5 yards.
He clicked with Stidham. Nobody knew what was going to happen. I know Adams was a really disappointing player the previous 3 weeks. Blame some of that.
He clicked so much that he said, I want to be a Raider forever, with or without Derek Carr.
Right. He's gone from Aaron Rodgers to Derek Carr to Jarrett Stidham. That's been the Devontae Adams. But look, star receivers, right? We saw this offseason. A bunch of star quarterbacks changed places, and almost all of them fell on their face. 3 very important star receivers changed teams. Adams went to the Raiders. Hill went to the Dolphins. A.J. Brown went to the Eagles. And right now, I think they're 2, 3, and 4 on the fantasy leaderboard, all after Justin Jefferson. So all the receivers did great. And we know, with Hill, I don't need to tell you this. Hill's played with 3 different quarterbacks, right? It hasn't been all Tua. Obviously he's gone through a really difficult season with the concussions. Teddy's been in and out of the lineup. He's got the finger injury now. Tyreek Hill is just quarterback proof, and I think Adams is quarterback proof too. And A.J. Brown, Jalen Hurts is a good player, but A.J. Brown finally getting the target volume we've always wanted him to get. He never really got it in Tennessee. And Philly, the fantasy team of the year, all their scoring is concentrated to their 5 main guys. If you drafted any of them, I know Goddard was a little bit frustrating as he got hurt, missed about a month of time, but it's just funny how the quarterbacks changed teams. A lot of them didn't work out. The wide receivers changed teams, and they were all home runs.
Darren Waller over and under 40.5 yards.
Gonna go over. I like the form he's shown. I realize he's a tight end over 30. I don't know where I'll draft him next year, but he's looked healthy. It's a very narrow concentration for the Raiders. They don't throw the ball to that many guys, so I think he's probably going to have about 60 yards in this game.
You already answered it. George Kittle has how many touchdowns how many weeks?
5.
And you have what at quarterback? A young quarterback. And Jarrett Stidham, not a very experienced quarterback. He's been in the league for a couple of years out of Auburn. But guess what?
Like
high percentage passes go to what? The tight ends and the running backs.
Between the numbers,
and,
those big targets.
Yeah, and, because a lot of people are like, well, look at Skyler. He kind of struggles. And then look at Brock Purdy, and they got the wrong seventh. No. Skyler might look exactly like Brock Purdy over in San Francisco. Why? Because Miami doesn't have San Francisco's line. Miami doesn't have Christian McCaffrey. Miami doesn't have George Kittle. Yeah, they got the receivers. Okay, they've got the receivers. But people don't understand, to run that offense compared to most offenses in the league, well, the quarterbacks have to do a little more in some of those other offenses because they're not as good. The line can't run block and pass block. Miami's line can only pass block at times, not really run block all the time. See, in San Francisco, you just need a quarterback to kind of just manage the offense. In Miami, you're going to need a quarterback to kind of elevate the offense because the offense is kind of broken. It doesn't
It's
have
the difference
the
between driving the bus and being a passenger on the bus. I feel like Purdy is on the San Francisco bus, where in Miami, you're asking the quarterback to actually get behind the wheel and steer the car.
Amen.
Steer the bus.
Amen. So that's so back to your point, Darren Waller, I with young quarterbacks, inexperienced quarterbacks, that's why I mentioned Waller, because I like either running backs or tight ends always to elevate their numbers with quarterbacks that aren't necessarily as experienced. So, a guy like this week, you would hope that Skyler, well, I know the tight end doesn't become a big part of the offense, but this week I wouldn't be surprised if it's a bigger part of the offense than it normally is, because you have a young quarterback. Give him a big target. Give him an easier target in the middle of the field. Derrick Henry, 91.5 rushing yards over and under versus the Jags.
Yeah, he's going over that. We know the Titans basically gave everybody the week off last week, so Henry's fresh. They don't. I mean, they're playing their third string quarterback, essentially, a guy who had 20 pass attempts before Dobbs before this week, 27 years old. So I think Henry is going to have 30 carries in this game and will easily beat his rushing prop. All
right, so I know where you're going. Over and under half a rushing touchdown for Derrick Henry.
Oh yeah. But he's already
over
in the zone as far as I'm concerned. I think Tennessee will make this a competitive game. I know they played very poorly over the last few weeks, and a lot of it has been injury stuff. But I'm a Jacksonville fan, and Trevor Lawrence had a breakout year, and Evan Ingram has been terrific the last 5 or 6 weeks. ETN has been a win. Kirk's been a win. But 6.5 point spread, I think that's gone too far. Tennessee's going to show up. They can still make the playoffs. They're certainly fresher because they didn't take last week's game seriously. You can't blame them. They had nothing to gain from that game. I think Jacksonville probably wins, but that game's going to be close in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, I think it'll be close, but I give Jags the credit because the edge, because they have Lawrence, and Lawrence is playing well right now.
He's playing awfully well, man.
And you stole some of my thunder.
He moves really well too. I mean, he can make
he's a good athlete, man.
He can throw outside the tackle box. He can run if you need to. He's had a couple of rushing touchdowns. He probably runs for 25 or 30 yards in this game. And it just goes to show you, I'm not the first person to say this, but I mean, you just got to give him a mulligan because he was set up to fail last year with Urban Meyer, the worst coaching situation you possibly could have had. They really didn't have great receivers either. This year, they got him better receivers. Like, I know Kirk and Zay Jones aren't world beaters, but they were improvements. Evan Ingram's he's been awesome for about 6 weeks now. And then next year, they get Calvin Ridley back. Jacksonville's going to be a fun team.
All right, so Trevor Lawrence, over and under half an interception.
Man, I think he plays a clean game because Tennessee's missing too many players part of their pass rush. I don't think he's going to get sacked a lot. I think he's going to have time to throw, and he's generally processes information really quickly anyway. I don't think he's going to – I think it's going to be a clean game for Lawrence. I don't think he'll turn it over.
Now, I'm asking you some of the underdog things that I'm going to pick tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Rushing for Trevor Lawrence. This is interesting. Over and under 15.5 yards.
Yeah, but when you were saying it, my first thought was I think he's going to have 18 or 20 yards, 22 yards, something like that. It's an over for me.
You and I are thinking the same thing, okay?
You just hope you don't lose that on kneel downs. You hope they're not ahead late in the game and he kneels down and loses 4 yards or something like that. But,
amen. Yeah, you're right. Passing for Lawrence, over and under 259.5.
It's funny. You were saying it, and I was thinking 255 might be the number. That's something I would probably stay away from. I'd lean over on it, but I don't see an obvious edge in that play.
All right. Another one you mentioned was Travis Etienne. Rushing over and under 68.5.
I think he's going to be in the 70s. I lean over. It's not a strong over. Again, the strongest play I have here is Henry. I would bang the table on those.
I love over half a touchdown and definitely over 91.5 yards because it doesn't matter who the quarterback is. You must feed the monster, bro.
That's where his bread is buttered. And even though you think of him as a between the tackles pounder, he breaks off a lot of long runs too. It can be a case of you could have a Henry prop and you're sitting in the second quarter and he's got 12 carries for 23 yards. You're like, what did I do? And then he breaks off a 57-yard run.
Yeah, I love it. All right, one more for you. Travis Etienne. Rushing and receiving combined over and under 86.5.
Yeah, I don't think that's a play for me. The one thing that's frustrating
I like
me,
the over.
I could see that. That's the only way I could play it. But the thing that's been frustrating for me is that they haven't used ETN as proactively in the passing game as I think they should. I mean, look, Lawrence and ETN went to college together, right? They know each other. They clicked at Clemson and as a pass and receiving duo.
And he's a good pass catcher. I don't know why he hasn't been used as much, but I kind of feel like
yards so many times. How many times you see a flip to like Christian McCaffrey and he gets like 13 yards, he's not even touched and he scampers out of bounds. They don't even get a hit on him. And wouldn't you want your featured back to get tackled by, I always say this, get tackled by the lighter guys on the defense, not the heavier guys on the defense. It means your back lasts longer. I think that's one thing that Doug Peterson hasn't done right this year. He's done a great job. And he won't win Coach of the Year, but he certainly deserves at least a mention. But they haven't used ETN as much in the passing game as I think they should.
No doubt about it. All right, what do you got going on Yahoo Fantasy so folks can check you out on a very interesting weekend?
Yeah, I gave out some awards yesterday. Player values of the year. I listed some of the best games, scoring of the year. That went up on Thursday. I'll make my picks against the spread. We're somewhere like 60% this year. It's been a really good season. We went 3-1 last week. It's not an easy week 18, but we'll give you 5 picks anyway. And if you do have a fantasy game or anything that you're mulling, I'll be back on the Yahoo Fantasy account on Sunday, about a half hour before kickoff. So to get your answer, tell me you're from the show. I'll definitely put you to the front of the line if you have anything going on. Then the playoffs, baby. Let's get Miami in there. I know you guys are all worried about how we're going to defend Joe Flacco now, right? I mean, the Jets.
Oh yeah.
I guess Boomer Esiason and Vinny Testaverde weren't available, so they're going to go with Flacco. But
it's all right. We have the human periscope on our side, Mike Glennon. Okay.
Yeah, him and Merton Hanks are trying to figure out who's got the longest neck, right?
Really? Like I said yesterday, he should have joined the Navy. That way, if there's subs, he's in a sub, the periscope breaks up Mike Glennon.
Funny.
That's it. It's it. He's
Mike
got a
Glennon,
side
he
job.
was the reason why they pretty much pushed Russell Wilson out of North Carolina State. Wilson wasn't sure if he wanted to come back or not. Like, well, we got Mike Glennon. What are you doing? And Wilson said, you know what? I think I'll go to Wisconsin and be there for 5 minutes, learn the playbook. And
they were using the baseball shit on him. They were tired of him going to play baseball.
Yeah.
And he was like, no, man, I'm going to keep playing baseball. And it's like, yeah, no, we have Mike Glennon. It's like, okay, sure, dude. I'll go take, Wisconsin to the Rose Bowl. That's fine. No
he
problem.
was so great that year. I thought he deserved a better showing in the Heisman Trophy voting. Let me ask you this. Wilson, horrible year, right? But we know he had a coach in over his head. They had injuries. They lost Tim Patrick before the season. Williams went down I think week 2 or week 3. Do you think Russell Wilson is fixable?
It's a great question. I think you better get a Sean Payton. You better get a real veteran coach that can really sit down and command his respect too at the same time. And maybe it's salvageable because when you look at it, it doesn't look like physically he can't throw it or he can't really move around. He could still move around. Maybe he's not as quick as he used to be or whatever, but that wasn't really his thing of trying to run for yards and all that. He only ran because he had to run and to create. So I'd be interested to see if a proven, established offensive coordinator that can come in can fix him or not.
Obviously they need to crush this hire. They need to have the best quarterback whisperer they can get, whether it's the head coach or the offensive coordinator. They need somebody.
It has to be a guy that's willing to work with him too, bro.
For sure.
That's the combination.
And with Wilson, it's always been because of his height. You can't run a traditional pocket offense the way you would with a lot of other quarterbacks. It's always like I always say that I think Doug Flutie could have had a long, good NFL career, but nobody wanted to stake their reputation on running in kind of an offshoot offense because if it failed, they'll think I'll never work in the NFL again. So Flutie goes up to Canada, wins a bunch of MVPs there. I know the game in Canada is different, but then he went down to Buffalo. He had a Pro Bowl season. He was a good pro. The problem was nobody wanted to say, well, okay, I'm going to stake my reputation on this, and if it fails, they'll kick me out of the league and I'll be a laughingstock.
We were very traditional in those days with our quarterbacks, whereas now things are changing. We've allowed the college game to influence the NFL game.
The college and pro game get closer and closer every year. They morph together, right? It's almost blurred lines now. You can't tell the difference anymore.
We would have never brought in the Lamar Jacksons and the Jalen Hurts of the world and the Justin Fields of the world 20 years ago. They did it with Randall Cunningham, but it's rare. It's few and far between that you would try to do that. But now we're willing to kind of change things up and and because the game is so much faster now and the guys are bigger and more athletic, it's almost like the high school and college is already moving to the mobile quarterback as it is. So the traditional quarterback is the guy that's actually dying. And even though that's the one that owns all the championships pretty much is the guy that's stable and back there in the pocket all the time. But I think over the next 20 years, we're going to see the evolution of this game where the quarterback is going to be much more mobile and the athletic guy is going to become the more accurate guy. He has not been that traditionally. Traditionally, the athlete that runs around has usually not been very accurate, but Russell kind of changed those kind of things, so I think that's where we're kind of leaning to, and we're headed in that direction.
Another big part of it is they don't want the quarterbacks obviously to get hit. So it's so advantageous when they run because the defender is petrified to get that 15-yard personal foul. So it's like, oh, is he sliding? Can I hit him?
Right.
And so it makes it such a cheat code. I always feel like my perfect sweet spot is kind of like the Steve Young idea where he's a passer primarily, but he certainly can run. Mahomes has elements of that where Mahomes can run, but he looks to pass first. That's the kind of quarterback I would prefer to have. But I do agree with you that the best quarterback 10 years from now will be somebody who can definitely beat you with his arm and with his legs and with just being a physical athlete. Josh Allen's like that, right? I mean, he can beat you as a thrower. He can beat you running the ball, and he's probably their best goal line back. You have to spot it. You can't have Josh Allen running the ball 15 times a game. It's just a bad business model.
But he runs too much over there. Way too much.
Especially, this is what I'll close with this. One thing that Buffalo does and some other teams do, and I've never understood this, is Buffalo will be playing in a game, the score's lopsided, and Josh Allen's running a read option, or Josh Allen's getting a goal line carry. It's like, what are you doing? He's the one guy you can't replace.
Right. Yeah. It's and you can only take so many hits, but whatever, bro. I'm not a Bills fan. That would be my one complaint if I was doing Bills radio is, they run him way too much, and I'd like for him to have a really long career if I'm a Bills fan. And something tells me that every hit is going to shorten his career eventually.
Let me ask you one question on the way out. How confident are you that Miami takes care of business and takes the Jets down on Sunday?
I'm not confident. No, I can't say I'm confident. After the last 5 weeks, I can't be confident about anything. I'm just hopeful because we are asking a 7th-round pick against a really good defense, dude. Really That's the thing defense. About the
Sauce
Jets.
Gardner is something. They have playmakers on all 3 levels too. I talk
man.
about Sauce Gardner, but they have 4 or 5 guys. The Williams, the defensive lineman, is terrific. It's a really nasty defense that plays with a lot of edge, and they blew a great opportunity. If their offense was just adequate, they would have been a playoff team this year.
Right. Yeah, I'm with you. And so Miami's issue has also been offense not finishing things off. And now you've got a 7th-round pick running the offense. It's a lot to ask. Now, their offense is pathetic. So can Miami's defense do something here and help them out a little bit? It'll be interesting. Miami can win the game, but you kind of need things to fall into place, overall. And so, I'm not confident. I'm hopeful. Is what I am.
Tell me this is crazy. I don't know who I heard this from, and maybe it's just somebody throwing something on the wall, see if it sticks. McDaniel can't possibly be in any trouble, right? I mean,
I don't think so. I don't believe the Salguero report. I don't think
sounds ridiculous to me.
It is ridiculous because if this was Cam Cameron and the year was a disaster, that's fine. But man, there was so many injuries that like derailed this team, and Tua and everything else that, and with all the injuries and with Tua missing his games, go look at the stats. He's still one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL stat wise. It's stupid. So I don't think it makes any sense to get rid of the combination that you have now. I don't want Tua to play at all this season. Even if they make the playoffs, I don't want him to play. I want him to be out for the rest of the year. Rest that head, rest that brain, start over next year, and hopefully come in with a better attitude of getting rid of the football, because he hangs on to it too much. And when he hangs on to it, bad things always happen when he hangs on to it. So hopefully he can learn to get rid of the football. And Mike McDaniel had a good year. He's just got to get a little better in his game day coaching. Listen, he inherited the two coordinators. That I can see a year later, you assess what you inherited and then you make some changes. That I can see. But then again, we are talking about Stephen Ross, who does a lot of stupid shit. Mm-hmm. And so this would be something stupid. And he is capable of doing that. You know what I mean? Now, if you read that article had nothing concrete. It was could this, could that. There was nothing probable this, probably that. None of it was, oh, yeah, no, this guy's definitely getting fired if they lose. He's definitely staying on if they win. No. This could. There was so much gray area in that article that
That was kind of my thought too, but I knew you were closer to the situation. I mean, look, the most important thing you can do on offense is threaten a team in the passing game. The Dolphins acquired Tyreek Hill. He had one of his best seasons for his career. I thought he was a legitimate Offensive Player of the Year candidate. He probably won't win it now, but I mean, he still had a watershed year. And they took Jalen Waddle, who was good as a rookie, but the tree was kind of limited with the routes he would run. He turned into a dynamic player. That's the best thing you can do. As far as some of the game stuff, some of the strategy and McDaniel and everything, you got to learn some of that on the fly. You can't prepare for that. It's like being a pilot or an astronaut. You can't until you're actually in that chair in the rocket ship. You're not going to know how some of those things work out. I think he's done a great job. He's a guy a month ago people would have put him in the Coach of the Year discussion. I think he's a long-term solution, and no matter what happens on Sunday, I give him certainly a good grade for his first year. I think they made a great hire.
Yeah, I like McDaniel. I keep him. He's got some holes in the game, but he's a young coach. I'll let him figure it out.
We all have blind spots. I mean, Bill Belichick's got blind spots, right? He hires.
He has no
loyal
to
the wrong people for one thing, and he doesn't have Brady. Another thing with Belichick is he doesn't have somebody. We all need this, right, Big O? We all need somebody in our life to tap us on the shoulder when we're making a bad decision. I still think Chip Kelly's a good football coach, but when he wanted to sign Sam Bradford to this huge contract, he needs somebody to tap or make this big trade. Tap him on the shoulder and say, Chip, this is a bad idea. Sam Bradford's not your guy. We all need somebody to talk us out of a bad idea.
Are we willing to listen to them? That's the question, too. You know what I mean? Because Belichick is kind of hard-headed in his ways where he wants to mold all his own coaches to the point that he wasn't even willing to bring in an offensive coordinator. He had to mold one of his current coaches into being an offensive coordinator just to puppeteer what he wants to do. And there you go. And, brother, you don't have Brady. That's what's changed your entire world right now.
I do not.
We know defense, but offense, And by the way,
wants to see the Patriots in the playoffs, man. They are one of the hard. I know Stevenson's had a great year, and even though Jacoby Myers lost his mind at the end of the Raiders game, I think he's a nice player, but they have I can't see them. The rest of the AFC would probably be like, yeah, bring the Patriots on. We're not afraid. I know they have a good defense, but we're not afraid.
Listen, say what you want. Josh McDaniel, Mac Jones played better under Josh McDaniel than these guys.
For sure.
And say what you want. Jared Stidham last week played like he never played in a Patriots uniform. So, obviously McDaniel must be doing something right, coaching-wise on the quarterback side. I don't know about the whole team. That's all. Again, as a head coach, that's a whole different ballgame. But maybe as an offensive coordinator, it'd be interesting to see if Belichick checks himself this offseason and brings in a real offensive coordinator, kind of like what this guy at Texas A&M just did. It brought in Bobby Petrino. That he finally kind of gave in, and Jimbo Fisher. And, he kind of gave in and said, yeah, let me get somebody in here to run the offense, and I can be the head coach.
I call it the reverse Peter principle. The Peter principle is that you eventually get promoted to a job that's over your head. I love hiring failed head coaches as coordinators. Look at Nick Saban always does this, right? He's like, oh, Lane Kiffin is on Skid Row. Let's hire him. Oh, Steve Sarkisian's gone bad for him. Let's hire him. And then these guys have great years, running the Alabama, toy shop, and then they go and get their big payday and go back to head coaching jobs. I love hiring a failed head coach as back to a court. I know it's not going to work out. It doesn't seem like with Judge and Patricia, the Patriots did that, but you talk about what they did today.
Well, it didn't work with Patricia because you put him in a position to fail, because that's not his fault either.
No,
I can't even blame the bird's nest. By the way, that's what I call his beard. I can't blame the bird's nest because he's not an offensive coordinator. I blame Belichick for that.
He's a pencil man in a pen world. But what can I say?
Amen. Follow him on Twitter at Scott_Pianowski. Catch his work there at Yahoo Fantasy. Appreciate you as always, my friend. Thank you.
Great to talk to you. We'll talk soon.
Have a great weekend. There you go. Scott Pianowski, 8 great locations, baby. Sports Grill, Fantasy Football Zone.
You've been listening to the Sports Grill Fantasy Football Zone with Yahoo Sports' Scott Pianowski. Go to sportsgrill.com to find a great location near you. Fantasy football fans, subscribe to the Big O Radio Show on YouTube and all other platforms to catch up with all our fantasy football insight provided by Scott Pianowski and Andy Behrens.
All right. I'm trying to find a text here that I think AJ sent in, who apparently is not very good at listening. Let's see. Oh, you couldn't be more wrong. I'm a police officer in South Florida, and I've seen a lot of domestic violence situations where the female was the aggressor who did significant damage to their partner. Okay, AJ, I guess, the one thing, AJ, I hope I'm not pulled over by you as a police officer because you're not very good at listening. Okay? I never said that the woman's hitting you with a bat or anything like that. I'm just saying a slap does nothing to you. Listen, AJ. Listen to the people you pull over. Listen to your coworkers. Pay attention to what they're saying. That way you won't do a shitty job. We clear on that, AJ? Listen. Did Solange do anything to hurt Jay-Z? Listen, AJ. Okay? That's the problem with some of you. You don't freaking listen. You don't pay attention to the host. Bottom line, you got Dana White and you got Jay-Z. You act like Jay-Z. You don't act like Dana White. That's all I ever said. That's it. And I'll stick to my soul on this. There's not a woman in the world that's going to swing a slap at me and it's going to hurt me. It's not going to scare me. It's not going to intimidate me. I'm just going to protect myself and I'm going to do what a gentleman does. That's what Jay-Z did. Okay? A lowlife idiot is Dana White. So, AJ, my brother, if you are really a police officer, please listen. Don't jump to conclusions. Not a good thing. Edward Thurston Howell, thank you for the love on the super chat. Big O, I'm glad Glennon stuck his neck out to help us this week. Telling you, bro. They pulled him off a sub that their Periscope was broken. I think they had to bring the sub in and leave it there in the base because obviously their human Periscope is gone. He's with the Dolphins now. So there you go. All right, let's unleash the Wolf Pack.
We unleash the Wolf Pack as we get the latest in the NFL and the Miami Dolphins with our KSDT CPA Pro Football Report with NFL Network insider Cameron Wolf. KSDT is one of South Florida's largest and one of the country's fastest growing accounting firms. KSDT CPA is a full-service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit them at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370. Here's NFL insider Cameron Wolf.
Well, I can ask you this, by the way, and Happy New Year to you, sir. I can ask you this because you don't work for ESPN. Those cowards have to stay away from the Dana White story because there are people tell them. But you saw Dana White. He slapped his wife. Oh, wait a minute. We lost him. We lost him. Where the hell is he? Let's reconnect here. Let's reconnect. What else do we have here? All right, there we go. All right, so I can ask you this because the cowards at ESPN, because I'm not big on what Dana White did whatsoever. Obviously, she shouldn't slap him, but he slapped her twice. And all I said is that if a woman's gonna slap you, you and I know, ain't no woman gonna hurt us with a slap. Come on, dude. Let's go. Do you not act like Jay-Z, not Dana White? That's all I'm saying. Am I right or am I wrong on this?
I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know anything about a Dana White swipe. I've been locked
you haven't
out of
seen
Cincinnati.
it?
No.
Oh yeah.
I have not seen anything that's happened in the world the last 5 days other than this Damar Hamlin situation.
Well, his wife, they got into some argument and was caught on film. She slaps him. He slapped her twice. Okay. Gotcha. And we all saw Solange go crazy on Jay-Z. And Jay-Z did, and that wasn't a slap. That woman was slapping, kicking, all kinds of stuff. And Jay-Z did what gentlemen do, what real men do. I'm not saying she has a knife and a gun and okay, that's a whole, if it's basic instinct, well, that's a whole different ballgame. Okay, forget about that stuff. Do you even know what basic instinct means?
Me? Yeah, I know what the reaction is, but I have nothing.
You know the movie Basic Instinct is what I'm saying, the Sharon Stone movie.
No, that's probably before my time.
That's why. Okay, that's what I'm saying. You got Sharon Stone. She was so possessive that she wanted to kill her boyfriend. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, yeah. Those kind of women, all hell's got to break loose. But I'm just saying, you got to act like Jay-Z, bro. That's all I'm saying. That's it.
Gotcha.
You don't think so?
Gotcha.
Okay.
I hear you. Like I said, I'm pretty lost on the situation, but I'm sure
he's gonna dance around it. Okay. All right.
No, I literally have not seen it. I've literally not seen it.
Well, you'll see it. It's out there. You won't see it on ESPN because those cowards have been told to stay away from it because they're in bed with the UFC and Dana White. Anyway, obviously you've been in a really tough situation. The good thing about all of this now, Cam, is that he's really come through now and he's headed in the right direction now, communicating with his team and everything today. I thought it was awesome. In fact, I called this and you did watch Rocky, right? You did watch Rocky 2, right?
Rocky
2, right?
I've watched, yes.
You remember Italia Shire wakes from the coma and looks at him and says, win.
Right.
Well, today was the Italia Shire moment for the Buffalo Bills. I think they're going to unleash the Kraken on the Patriots after hearing from Damar today.
Yeah, before today, I thought, and I was actually talking to my producer about this, they're either going to come out and destroy the Patriots or they're going to come out flat. But hearing today just how the FaceTime video went, how much he pumped them up, how much he, flexed on them, they're going to kill the Patriots. Like it just seems like the most likely conclusion here. And the Bills seem like a team of destiny because of Damar and fighting for Damar. And so really just being here the last 4 days, telling this story, it dramatically switched. It went from concern and worry and what's going to happen to the most positive news they could have expected. And so the Bills team was like really on tilt, trying to figure out exactly how can we move on? How can we react? And now Damar's essentially giving them the thumbs up, like, go ahead, get them. And I can't wait to see, one, what the emotions are like Sunday for the Buffalo Bills, and also, the intensity, because I'd imagine that it's on a level they hadn't played on all season.
Yeah, no, because this gives them the green light now. They can feel good about all of this because now they see that their brother has come through and clearly headed in the right direction. And just awesome, man. And by the way, those first responders and their trainers need to be, given some major props at the end. I don't know if there's MVPs that we can hand out to first responders, but we got to give it to those guys.
Yeah, I think the Bills GM Brandon Beane spent the first 5 minutes of his press conference just thanking every single medical professional by name, the first responders by name, every single person, even the equipment guy who took off the face mask to allow them to do CPR on the field. He thanked Zach Taylor, the Bengals head coach. I had never seen so many thank yous, but I think it's so appropriate because a lot of these people don't get named by name. And so they are, like you said, the true MVPs of these last 4 days. And so, yeah, I think the Bills have something planned to honor, the first responders and medical professionals Sunday. And I can't wait to see that because, as doctors mentioned yesterday, it's very clear that the quick actions of the people on the field not only saved DeMar's life, but also saved his, brain and have him talking today. And so I think those guys and ladies, there's no amount of praise that's too much for those medical professionals because, man, this could have been a different tragedy.
And there was a trainer that got there before the emergency people had started CPR, correct?
Yeah, the Bills assistant trainer Danny Wellington is the guy who was first on the scene to start doing CPR on DeMar, and that was the action that the doctors mentioned was critical to saving DeMar's life and his brain functions. And so, he had no hesitation. A lot of us, we reacted, especially in the stadium, we were shocked. We're trying to figure out what's going on. He reacted like that, and a lot of the Bills and Bengals trainers and medical personnel reacted like that, and that's why. I can have a smile, and a lot of people in America can have a smile because DeMar seems like he's gonna be okay.
His GoFundMe page, man, that's one hell of a response by a lot of people all over the world, man.
Yeah, nearly $8 million, and it's crazy because his mom was talking about just all he wanted to do was raise $2,500. That was the only goal. He's a college kid, didn't even have the NFL. It's $2,500. Give back, do something. And now over $8 million. The doctor talked about, he's going to have an endless amount of toys that he can buy. I think Brandon Beane mentioned they're going to get cars at some point. They're going to be able to get cars away at some point. And, I've just kind of learned a little bit more about the foundation in the coming days. They're going to make it a nonprofit that'll be directed by his dad. And they also want to direct future donations to the hospital here and the first responders that saved his life. He said that we love all the donations, but there's also, if people want to continue to donate, they can donate to the hospital. That was a huge part in our recovery and saving our life and the people on the field. And so, I'm still trying to figure out information that I can pass along as far as how you donate to those people. But there, like I said, there's not enough praise that can be given to the people who, gave us this great news today.
I disagree with canceling the game. I think it's a terrible idea. I think it doesn't really settle things properly. I know that this is unprecedented and all that good stuff, but you have the space for it. You have the dead week of the Super Bowl. Everything can be pushed back a week. No playoffs have been set. No fans have bought tickets. No fans have bought plane tickets. No fans have purchased hotels. The only thing that's set is the Super Bowl. But you could actually make next week Bengals and Bills. And by the way, somebody even mentioned it to me, which I didn't even realize. You can actually even play the wild card weekend at the same time also. And then everything falls into place after that because those two teams affect the top of the playoffs, not the bottom part of it. And so I don't really understand that part. You know what I'm saying? I would actually have the week apart because that way they can get their bye week. If one of them do end up getting, deserving the bye week, they can have all of that. I just wish they would have done that because the dead week of the Pro Bowl is, it's now a skills competition and stuff. It's not that important. In fact, all these playoffs and that Bengals-Bills game will have the sick ratings. And I know people tell me, well, you'll have to relive the DeMar thing. well, the DeMar thing ends up in a good place, but you're going to have to relive it anyways. If Cincinnati and the Bills meet in the playoffs, that's exactly what's going to be talked about anyway, as much as the league may want to avoid it. So I'm not big on eliminating this. I know there's no right and no wrong way to do it. I just wish they would have done it that way, so that way everything ends the way it's supposed to end.
Yeah, I think the ideal scenario, and I got to leave out of this to get ready for my 1 o'clock hit, but I think the ideal scenario was you play all 17 games, right? But then you think about how many people and teams are sort of in a disconvenience, in a different situation, right? And I think the problem comes into you push people back a week, you push things back. There's going to be 15, 20, 30 teams that are impacted versus, this schedule change may impact 2 or 3 teams. And so the Bengals are unhappy about this process. The Bills and Chiefs are impacted on this, but the rest of the league mostly is untouched, right? And so I think, I don't know what the right answer was. Maybe it is forcing it back a week. Maybe it is pushing the Super Bowl. But, that complex scenario.
The Super Bowl's not pushed back at all.
Right.
You don't even have to touch the Super Bowl because you have the dead week before the Super Bowl. So all you do is push everything back, and week 19 becomes alone for the Bills and the Bengals. And then week 20, 21, and 20 are the regular weeks for the rest of what you won't have is the Super Bowl teams having the dead week that you normally have.
I get you. And like I said, that was a scenario that could have happened. I just hope that we get to see that coin toss, the Bengals Ravens. That'd be fun. But let me run real quick, man. I appreciate you for your time, and we'll chat again on Sunday.
You got it, baby. Thank you.
All
appreciate you.
Yeah.
There you go. Cameron Wolf with our KSDT CPA Sports Business Report.
This has been the KSDT CPA Pro Football Report with NFL insider Cameron Wolf. KSDT is recognized by Forbes as one of the top tax accounting firms for 2022. KSDT CPA is a full-service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit them at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370.
All right. And don't forget forensic accounting, management advisory, healthcare advisory, property management, wealth management, valuation. They're hiring, by the way. So they're hiring in Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach. They have offices throughout South Florida in all 3 counties. So if you're looking for a job, 305-670-3370. If you're looking for the proper company to do your taxes for your business, for your personal. And of course, when we talk about KSDT, they are one of Forbes' best accounting firms in the U.S., and they are also one of Forbes' best tax firms in the U.S. How about that for 2022 and 2023? All right, so they continue to lead the way, and they continue to grow. KSDT CPA. By the way, when sports and business collide, we like doing the KSDT CPA Sports Business Reports. All right. True Fin fan, it's my wife, February 4th. He's asking anybody born in February. My wife, February 4th. Anyway, pickleball is exploding, man. It has soared now to 37 million players. 14% of Americans played at least once between August of 2021 and August of 2022. I wasn't one of those. I have yet to play any pickleball, but I do understand that it is a monster thing out there. A lot of people have been playing it. 8.5 million people played more than 8 times during the same period of August 2021 through August 2022. And in 2023, Major League Pickleball will have a $5 million prize pool. By the way, Arizona, Florida, Georgia, and Southern California are places where the Pickleball League will be dominating. So there you go. All right. Sad day for combat sports. People in this chat are defending the Dana. Oh, really? They are? Well, I don't know. I mean, the Vince McMahon stuff. That's in the past. Now it's all kinds of crazy stories and all that stuff. Obviously, pretty gross stuff that he did, paying people off and all that. So that in itself, I mean, it's just bad for business. Period. To have him back makes no sense whatsoever. Yeah, Sean. Sean?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't have my mic on.
There you go. That would help.
What I was going to say was there's been some more out about the Vince McMahon thing real quick to make it even more, because your story, it gets even better. Oh,
really?
Apparently, December 20th, around that time frame, he sent a letter. December 30th, they answered back that they didn't see that it was best for the WWE for him to come back. And then that's when he responded with the whole, well, if I don't come back, I don't foresee, me being able to be making decisions on the, TV rights and everything else. So apparently he had sent a letter to the board, and then the board sent the letter back. As of this morning, 5 board members are gone, and then Vince McMahon's back with the 2 that he added. That is still going on right now, and it's still a moving situation, but very interesting to see, because also remember when he was fired, they brought back a lot of wrestlers that he let go.
Okay.
So supposedly he's not going to be on the creative side. If you start seeing things flipping and flopping, you'll know, because supposedly he's not going to be in the day-to-day of the creative side. We will see, and we'll find out. But yeah, it looks like it was a hostage situation, which at this point looks like Vince McMahon won. And also in the letter, they said there are other things out there that have not surfaced yet that makes him coming back a detriment to the WWE brand.
Wow. Yeah, I haven't read on the text line too much, because obviously I've been doing a couple of interviews here consecutively, so I don't really get to see everything. Once in a while, I'll glance, and like I saw AJ's like, hey, man, women really can make some damage. And I'm like, yeah, dude, I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about a slap. Relax. So I have not seen any idiots that are defending Dana White. So who knows? I will tell you this about the Dana White stuff. Not that I'm making light of it, but I do laugh at these lies, because they are flat out lies. Let's just call it what it is. Okay. So apparently the wife here, let's see. This is my favorite line. Let me see if hold on a second. Let me make sure I got the right one, because it's one of those where, here we go. So Dana White's wife first slaps him, and then he slaps her twice. And she then, where is it? Okay. White spoke about the incident with his wife this week. He confronted that he and his wife have been drinking heavily, but said there's no excuse for his actions. White's wife, Ann, also issued a statement saying the incident was out of character for White. The 2 met in 8th grade and have been married since 96. And that's nice that you've been married since 96, but, don't George Santos me. Okay? Don't George Santos me. I'm not stupid. I wasn't born yesterday. Those slaps were slaps that she's done it before and he's done it before. That's all. You guys can, if you want to lie to us, you can go ahead. But I can tell that those slaps are part of your relationship. It just may have happened behind the scenes. Or maybe it's happened with some personal friends and nobody talks about it, obviously. And Dana White, probably has a little dictator in him. So the people around him are probably walking around eggshells. Well, he's certainly intimidating enough that ESPN is cowardly leaving it. They would be all over it if it was something not tied to them. Completely tied to them, and they are cowards. This is why I'm glad I don't work for these kind of corporations anymore. And I'm so glad I get to do this with Sean every single day on our own, and we stand on our own, and we're supported by all of you, and we're supported by amazing sponsors, and we don't have to answer to anybody. Because I would hate to be working at ESPN and somebody tells me, oh, no, you got to bite your lip on Dana White. And I'm like, what? Yeah, no. So I'm going to rip all the other assholes that hit women, but I'm not going to rip this asshole? No. So I just, whatever. And you can lie to me all you want. Oh, out of character. Get the hell out of here, dude. Please. That second slap makes it like, know your place, bitch. That's the kind of slap that was. Come on. Who we talking about, bro? Who we lying to here? How dumb can you be and dense to believe anything that they just said there? Yeah, no, it just happened. First time. Yeah. Hunter Butler says, oh, I bought the old man a Red Recover knee pad for Christmas. It was 30% off. Should have waited another week for the 50%. Well, now you could get something else, dude. That's what I would do. I would get, if you do, Hunter, if there's something that you work out with, like soreness that you get the pad for that area. That's what I would do now. Preventive stuff. As I would do with the Red Recover. And go to redrecover.com, 50% off right now, limited time. Take advantage, folks. I'm telling you. Venmo or Cash App, Cash Big O Show. That is Cash Big O Show on Venmo or Cash App. Andrew Fallon, thank you for the love on Venmo. Say we somehow make the playoffs Sunday, and we would have to go to Buffalo. Say we get the majority of our injured players back, including Tua. Do you think we have a good chance of winning, considering we almost beat them a month ago? If Tua's playing, you got a shot. Without Tua, you have no shot. Yeah. Now, somebody's going to have to do a better job of coaching. You know who I'm talking about. So that's the one thing that I would say. Do a better job of coaching overall. And Andrew, thank you for the love on Venmo. Appreciate you. Cash App or Venmo, Cash Big O Show. That is Cash Big O Show. And of course, you can always make a Bitcoin donation too here on the program. I think Bitcoin is right under 17. Right at 17 now. Okay. Not bad. Not bad. It's funny how there's other things that are going down, right? Where are the markets? Well, the markets are up right now, actually. Not bad. Right now, the S&P is up 1.5. The NASDAQ is up almost 1 3/4 points. So not bad. The Dow, 1.5. So it's slightly up, just a little bit. I don't know if the Tesla stock is doing well. That part I don't know. Let me see if the Tesla stock, where is Tesla? Tesla is slightly up, folks, 1%. It's up to $111. Okay. Wow. It did go as low as 103, but it is at 111 right now. I keep thinking that you got to wait for under 100 if it's going to happen to get in on the Tesla run. Anyway, so there you go. Markets are kind of steady right now. We shall see. I still think we got some more volatility coming up in both stocks and in crypto for sure. But for now, we're hanging in there. I'm actually surprised and shocked at how strong Bitcoin is held right around that 17 area when everything continues to go down overall. I am shocked. because I thought it would go down a little bit more. I still think there might be a little dip into 16 or 15, especially if the CGP group or whatever the hell, if those people have to pay off their debt to Celsius, then they're going to have to sell their Bitcoin, and they may have to put some Bitcoin on the street, and then that will lower it down. That might be the catalyst that pushes it to 16 or 15, which, like others are like afraid of it. I'm like, yeah, bring it on, baby. Bring it on. We'll load up at a lower price. Buy it, buy it, buy it. Couple years, we'll all be laughing.
Hey,
yes, sir.
1 minute ago, Tom Pelissero, NFL owners approved the resolution modifying this year's playoffs.
Okay.
Possibility of a neutral site AFC championship game and a coin flip to determine where a Ravens-Bengals wildcard game would take place, depending in part on what happens in Week 18.
Okay. All right. So they did it. I don't agree with it, but what are you going to do? Big O, do you think McDaniel should let Skyler rip it this week, not hold the offense back? Jason, you can't rip anything unless somebody's comfortable, my brother. So the coach cannot allow somebody to just let it go and, grip it and rip it and just go ahead, start flinging it all over the place. He's got to show you that he's making the right reads. He's finding, the right players open and those kind of things. It's not that easy, my friend. I would love to just, all right, let's let it go, and you can't do that. Remember, the one thing I will say, they've kept all the games close. So they've given themselves a chance to win all these games. They just have to find a way to kind of get over the hump. Pachanga says, this is why I'll never waste my time and energy and money in a relationship and or marriage. Okay, that's fine. Some of them actually turn out all right, bro. I mean, I've been with my wife / girlfriend 36 years, bro, and I'm good. I got no problems. I'm happy. So, sometimes it's finding the right person too. That's kind of the trick. It's not an easy thing, just like it's not easy figuring out what you want to do in life and what your career is and those kind of things. When we're young, we're trying to figure out what we want to do. Some of us have multiple career changes until we find what we love. Some of us find it right when we get out of school and we study what we really want and we get into it and we love it right from the get-go and we're blessed. Some people are like that. I know for myself, I bounced around a little bit until I figured out that, hey, this is what I want to do for the rest of my life. And so everybody's different, but what are you going to do? Not quit on your football team just because they can't win and they can't get it done? Oh man, you keep plugging away and you come back next year, and it's not going to stop me from being a Dolphins fan. I enjoyed all the great moments. Now I got to hang in there and deal with the tough moments until we get back to it. And by the way, just to give you a little, since obviously you don't want to waste your time doing that, Pachanga. Part of relationships, my brother, is compromise and sacrifice and support of each other. And sometimes you're not going to have the best situations. Sometimes you're going to go through some tough situations. And that's all part of a relationship. What I feel that happens, Pachanga, a lot in this world nowadays is that I think people aren't willing to fight for their relationships. And I don't mean Dana White's fight for a relationship. I'm talking about actually, making an effort to understand your partner, to support your partner, to forgive, all these kind of things that happen in relationships. And that's how relationships last. That's how they get stronger, because you have your adversity, just like a business. You will have your adversity, and then you've got to fight through that adversity. If you fight through that adversity, years later, your business grows and you reap the benefits from all of those things. It's kind of, there's got to be a level of dedication to anything that you do. relationships, business, investments. You know, you buy a house for $150,000 and you fix it up and this and that, and you wait, and then you sell it for $225,000. You know, and that's what it is. You invest in Tesla stock now. If it's at 105, 110, $95, and then you wait for it to get to 200. But you're going to have to, you know, you have to be patient to double your money. Bitcoin, whatever. You invest in Bitcoin. A couple years from now, it's going to be at $50,000, $70,000, $80,000. And if you wait patiently, you'll 3, 4, 5, 6 times your money. Not a financial advisor, just a dude that loves crypto. But, you know, that anything and everything requires a certain level of patience, a certain level of dedication. And you got to have a certain passion for it too, right? So you have to have a passion for your partner, a passion for your business, a passion for your investments. So pachanga, you know, that's kind of what life is all about, my brother. It's not supposed to be easy. It would be nice. Would be nice. But it's just not the way it is. Random question from Karen. What do you think about the Mustang Mach-E electric SUV? Some people rank it better than the Tesla. Well, Karen, I don't own either. Okay? But I'll tell you this. I'll take the Mustang over the Tesla every day of the week and twice on Sundays. I'll take Chevy. Have you seen they've got a new Bolt EUV or whatever it is. That thing's really nice. It's got more character inside. Teslas are boring cars, bro. Just they put an iPad in the middle of the dashboard. They're kind of plain Jane. You know what I mean? That F-150 Lightning. Oh, dude, that is a badass truck. So yeah, there's that. You know what? I like the Hyundai Ioniq 5. Love that vehicle. It's got more character than a Tesla. Yeah. Did you guys see that guy that drove off the cliff in California with his wife and 2 kids? Dude's a doctor. He was in his Tesla and he drove off. They all survived. By some miracle, they all survived. And the son of a bitch did it on purpose. My brother, you want to kill yourself? Then, you know, just go check out yourself. You shouldn't do that either, but what are you doing trying to take your wife and your kids with you? Wow. At first, when I saw that, I go, oh my God, is that one of those Tesla self-driving vehicles? And it drove out. Like, I would never do. By the way, I have no interest in getting in a car that drives by itself. I will never do that in my life. I will not be the person that was, 3 people died today in a self-driving vehicle that drove itself right off a cliff. No, I'm not doing that because I know whenever we start with all this self-driving stuff, there's a whole bunch of bad things that are going to happen. No, I'll drive. I'll do the driving, okay? I don't need some machine to drive for me. I'm not doing that. But I saw that story, and that's depressing. So that's how I, Karen, would look at these electric vehicles because they're all the same pretty much at this point. You know, it's how much distance. Okay, this one's 280, that one's 325. Okay, I'll take the 325. But by now, and by the way, be very careful. Let me give you guys a little bit of advice here. Okay, if you're going to buy an electric car, wait a couple of more months. This new disgusting bill that they passed, a $1.7 trillion bill that I wish the Republicans would have put the kibosh on it, but they didn't because they probably made their own deals on the back door. That's why I tell you, Democrats or Republicans, none of them are worth a damn. But anyway, whatever. That in that deal, one of the positive things is that they are giving a crap ton of breaks to people that are using what's it called? Electric vehicles, EVs. So there's all kinds, but the new brakes aren't coming out till a couple of more months. So if you can hold off for a couple of more months because you might get bigger brakes in the new $1.7 trillion mistake that we signed. Okay? Well, they love to tax the shit out of us, dude. Anyway, so wait till then, and you might end up saving yourself even more money, down the line. Plus, it gives you time for the market and other companies to bring in. I can't wait for Acura I think theirs comes out in the summer. I think their first electric vehicle comes out in the summer, and I cannot wait for that, man. So be very careful on that end. It's going to take a little bit before you're able to really take advantage of it right now. And remember, right now, they offer the tax break at $7,500. I'm not telling you it may happen. I'm not telling you it's going to happen, but I'm telling you it may happen. With this $1.7 trillion deal, they may be giving you a credit instead. So when you go buy the car, they'll take the $7,500 right off the car instead of giving you the tax break at the end of the year. Oh, and here's the other thing. In order to maximize your tax breaks or your credits, cash credits, here's the other thing which is genius on it's amazing. Sometimes I do have to give, presidents credit at times, even Trump and everybody, for certain things. Here's where one thing that they did great. If the car is constructed in the United States and the battery and its resources inside the battery are coming from the United States, you will get the full brakes. But if the car is built here, but the battery is built out of the country, you will not get the same tax break or cash credit. So that's because they're giving benefits to the companies that are in the U.S., which is a good job by our government to do that. Tax incentives and breaks for companies that want to build it here, not take it out. Okay. I like that. And by the way, nice job by Biden stealing a little page from Trump on the whole. And I know it's going to piss people off, but you got to control immigration. And that was one of the Trump plans, which, I'm not a Trump guy, but one of the things that I did agree with him is you have to control the people coming into the country because we have too many homeless people. We don't have enough jobs for everybody in this country. We can't feed all of our kids. We have kids that are all over everywhere that are casted aside, and people aren't adopting them, and they're in homes all over the place. Our country's a disaster. We can't keep allowing millions of people to just come in. We can't carry that burden anymore. This isn't the 1950s, man. I'm sorry. So I give them credit that now they're putting that limit on all the countries. And if you come in illegally, that's it. You won't be allowed back in. And that, fantastic. You got to control it, man. Somehow or another, you got to control it. And if you don't believe me, go to Portland and go to California and go to Seattle and go watch that disgrace. Go see how many homeless people are all over there. Okay? Just go see it. We can't do that in this country. We don't have enough for everybody here. We cannot keep overloading the boat. So nice job on controlling it. Way to go. You got to protect the border, man. All over the place. Unfortunately, we're just we're overflowing. So there you go. Nice job. Apparently the Venezuelans stopped coming because they've had this plan in place for a while now, and the 30,000 can only come, and if you don't register, that's the only way. It's going to piss off people, but nothing's going to make people happy. But one thing we cannot keep doing is carrying the weight of the world. I'm sorry. It just gets crazy. Hellcat Dodge EV. Damn, that would be crazy. That's coming. Emilio, that'll come. Eventually, you'll have these nasty cars. Some of these EVs are fast as hell, dude. Like fast. There's a Tesla that does 0 to 60 like in 3 seconds. So there's some of them that are really, 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 really awesome. Wow, it sounds like a gas-operated vehicle. What does that mean? Am I sure, Big O? What are you talking about, Rosendo? 31 trillion in debt. Yeah, we're big on that. We love to pile on our debt. That's for sure. Theme Park says California sucks. Lived here my entire life and it blows. It wasn't so bad a few decades back, but now it's a disaster, California, man. And unfortunately, the people in California have to deal with all of the other stuff, dude. The storms, the fires, the mudslides, oh my God, the flooding that happened in Northern California. I feel terrible for all those people out there. They've got a whole bunch of other natural disasters, and let's not even talk about earthquakes, too. That's the other thing they've got in California. Man, it's a lot of stuff that they're carrying over there, man. Man, I hear so many bad things about San Francisco. It sucks because it looks so beautiful. I lived there. It was awesome. Back in the 90s, it wasn't bad. San Francisco was awesome in the 90s. I lived there. It was awesome. Enjoyed it. Now, California is a disgrace. Well, when you have terrible leadership, that's what happens, my brother. I'm sorry. That's just what happens. When you got a guy that says, no, you can steal $100 or less. Yeah. Walgreens like, what? Yeah, no, we're out of here. Yeah, that's what they're doing over there. Yeah, nah. Steal? Oh, yeah, you guys can steal. Yeah, no problem. Go ahead. Yeah. Let's go. We're not going to do anything to you. What? True Fin fan, thank you, my friend, for the love in the super chat. Who do you think is the closest to throwing the ball like Marino? Nobody has done it like him, but in your opinion, who? Interested in your opinion. Who throws it like Marino? Mahomes has a little bit of that. I would say Mahomes is the closest one. And Mahomes has his own way of, not too many are like him too, misdirection throws and all that kind of stuff, and crafty shovel passes and things like that. He's also pretty crafty himself. Mahomes has a little bit of that. I'm trying to think of the guy that could whistle it by DB's ears right into somebody's hands. And there aren't a lot of those kind of guys, man. I'm trying to think of, because Aaron Rodgers is not that. Even though he passes like he's a video game. I don't think there's anybody in today's game that passes like Marino. Definitely not Tua, not Justin Herbert, not Trevor Lawrence. Man, that's a good one. I mean, it's so hard because he's so weird. Marino is just like a complete weirdo. He was different than other guys. It was just like he could rifle the ball in places that you just didn't expect. And he'd get it past defenders when they weren't watching. Like he knew, I don't know how many times he knew when a defensive back had his head turned and it would just whistle right past him. That's a great one. I don't think there's anybody in the league that is like Marino right now. And that's a rarity. Well, I'll tell you who I'm proud of. My boy, Kenny Pickett. I've always been a Kenny Pickett guy. I told you guys from the get-go. Love that kid. He's got moxie. And that pass he made this weekend for the touchdown, that was very, not the scramble part. The throw was very Marino-like. But that guy is good. No, Brady's not him. No. Different. It's weird, bro. That's he was a cocky and deadly dude, Yeah. No, I don't know anybody like Marino. It's hard. We got Heat tonight at 10 o'clock against the Suns. We got the Panthers against the Red Wings. By the way, the Red Wings have a better record than the Panthers at 16, 13, and 7. The Panthers are 17, 18, and 4. Congratulations to Tkachuk. It's not his fault this team sucks. God. I feel so bad for Viola and Sifu. Those are two fantastic men. They're great owners. They're super passionate. We are incredibly lucky as fans to have them as owners. But the true appreciation for them is not happening because they're not getting the results on the ice. And in the end, I know they're going to be blamed for they own the team and it's their fault and they've got to make the decisions and hire the right coaches and front office and yada, yada, yada and all that. And it's all fair. And I get it. But I've dealt with both of them. And I watch the passion that's behind it. The good thing about them is, like, Stephen Ross has the same love and the same passion. He wants to win, but the idiot gets in the way too much. And Stephen, we love you, but buddy, you got to get out of the way. You got to get out of the way. You are your own worst enemy. But Sifu and Viola don't get in the way. They're not managing the team and telling you who to cut and who to start and who to trade for and all that kind of stuff. They hire their people, they give them the power, and unfortunately they can't get over the hump, man. I feel so bad for Viola and Sifu. Really good owners, man. We are blessed to have them. So Super V says, Big O, Rappaport has been on your show, hasn't been on your show this week yet. I forgot what day. It's usually Wednesdays, but he's no longer on with us anymore. Okay, so that unfortunately, that is a segment that we no longer have on the show for the time being. Let's see, what else do we have? Thanks, Big O. That's my point, because I'm arguing that right now with a friend of mine. There's never been anyone like Marino, not before, not, well, no, before, yes. Yes. Joe Namath was, Marino and Joe Namath are very much alike. Very much alike. Big arm, big risky throws. Marino was a little better at completing them. Joe had more turnovers, but I would say Marino followed in the Joe Namath way of throwing the ball. Yeah, there was this bravado, this explosion. You know, it's just, yeah, no. I would compare Namath and Marino a little bit in the styles of the way they played, the aggressive nature. Yes, definitely, and challenging defenses. Just when I think the Heat are going to get a 5 or 6 game winning streak, they let me down. They're just not good enough this year. At least right now, they're not, Lenny. That's for sure. They look pretty mediocre, my friend. Can't argue with that. Herbert is up there in yeah, no, he's got a terrific arm. There's no doubt about that. His physical talents are unquestioned. Tom Martin, do you think there's a chance Tua plays if we make the playoffs? They might be stupid enough to play him, Tom. That's all I can say. That's the only way I'll phrase it, because I think it's absolutely moronic to play him at all for the rest of the year. You know, I would not risk it. You're not going to the Super Bowl or anything. Why risk his entire career where he could possibly suffer a 4th concussion? So to me, it makes 0 sense to play him. By the way, the Chiefs are favored by 9 over the Raiders tomorrow. Over and under is 52. The Jags are favored by 6.5 over the Titans. The over and under is 40. I got to give some props to CEO Michael Rubin of Fanatics. Okay. You know why? He came out and addressed it. Right now, Damar Hamlin has the #1 selling jersey in the NFL. All proceeds for all Damar Hamlin jerseys will go to his charity. Fanatics announced that. That's super, super, super classy. Okay, because you and I know that there's going to be a bunch of people buying those Hamlin jerseys. Obviously, Buffalo fans are going to be buying them up, but other people in support of Damar Hamlin, and such a great story because he is such a good young man and trying to do good things, and then this happens to him, and so you support him. And so for Fanatics to do this, I thought was as classy as it could possibly get. So there you go. The Dana White League, you talked about this yesterday, Sean. The Dana White Slap League has been put on hold. Yeah. Yeah, for those of you that don't know, UFC President Dana White was recently caught on video exchanging slaps with his wife during a physical altercation, and the timing of the incident couldn't be worse for White's upcoming reality show. White is getting set to launch the Power Slap League, which is a competition consisting of two people alternating slaps to the face for 3 rounds or until a knockout occurs. No word yet if White and his wife will participate in this show. The venture is funded by White and his former UFC partners, Lorenzo and Frank Fertitta. The show which called Power Slap Road to the Title, was initially scheduled to premiere on TBS on January 11th. After a video surfaced of White and his wife slapping each other last weekend at a club in Mexico, there were questions about whether the Power Slap League was doomed. Andrew Marchant of the New York Post reports that the promotion will air January 18th. However, White spoke, forget about, who cares what he had to say. So the league, inspired by the White family, is going to be delayed. So for those of you that want to have a slapping good time at Dana White's house or watching this league, you got to wait an extra week. I wonder if Dana had to slap his wife again when he got the news. Does Dana slap his wife every time he gets bad news? Does she slap him every time they get bad news? Do they slap each other every time they spend their time drunk in public? Oh, so you've been drinking too much. Think that's a good thing? Drinking too much in public? Especially when obviously you can't handle your liquor there, Dana. ESPN, man, you guys are a disgrace. Holy moly. Why any of you out there really support ESPN is beyond me. We should not support anything ESPN. They are cowards. And by the way, this is everywhere, right? CNN, Fox, you name it, doesn't matter. If it affects their world, they will avoid the story. I mean, it's just, whatever happened to being objective? It's the weirdest thing, man. Weirdest thing. Wow. What would you do if Skyler wins the Super Bowl? Paul in Connecticut. You guys really like to smoke a lot of weed during this show. Big O's on fire with the White jokes. Are you laughing, slapping your leg? It's a lot better than him slapping his wife. Seen the slap leagues, it's dangerously dumb. Well, have you seen Dana White? Not necessarily the brightest bulb in the chandelier. Walter Cronkite died. Didn't he die like a while back? You're right, Big O. I live in California, and the homeless issue is crazy. I know it's great. I know, dude. I watch the news. I watch it all over the place. I watch news all over the country. Because I do this show, I actually watch what's going on all over the country. And in different cities and things like that, so I can relate to everybody out there in different parts of the country and things that are going on in, in your world. So, because it's what's going on in Mississippi is different than what's going on in California and what's going on in New York, and what's going on in Florida. And I see it, man. And I see how bad it is, the homeless issue, especially out west. It's like the worst in the Washington, in the Oregon and California areas. Oh my God. Just like what we got going on. By the way, anybody ever think about this? Just saying, Arizona, Mexico, you want to like stiffen up your borders. You ever thought about putting, air bases right on the borders? One in Arizona, one in Texas. You can run your drills, patrols, all that kind of stuff. And, you can probably make the border a hell of a lot more intimidating. I don't know. You build bases all over. Why not build them on the borders? Shut people down. Shut all the crap that could come all the way up through there. From South to Central America, you're getting thousands of people creating all kinds of messes for you. Shut that crap down, dude. Big O's dark, sarcastic comedy is hilarious to me. Well, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Walter Cronkite died. That's what happened to Subjective News. Oh, that, okay. Okay, Rosendo. Now I got you. Okay. Big O, who is better owner, Stephen Ross or no? The Heat's Mickey Harrison's way better than Stephen Ross. Mickey Harrison knows what he's doing all the time, whether he's spending or not spending. You understand? Like right now, he knows what he's doing, but he's being fiscally responsible. I certainly don't want owners that are fiscally responsible. I want owners like Viola and Sifu, like Stephen Ross, like the Moss brothers. Okay? I want maniacs owning my team. But Mickey Harrison knows exactly what he's doing with Carnival Cruise Lines, with the Miami Heat. That's an incredibly intelligent family, okay? They are great business people. Now, that's not, I still have to compartmentalize with all that and say, that's nice, but I'm a fan. And I want you to own the team and be fanatical about it and not be so fiscally responsible about it. George Steinbrenner was fanatical. His family is fiscally responsible. But none of us that follow sports want our owners to be fiscally responsible. To the point that, you guys can't play with an extra guy because it gets us over the luxury tax. And we're not paying the luxury tax to have a 15th player. So you will play with one player less. That's not fanatical. That's not giving your front office and coaching staff everything that they need. But it is what you do in order to stay fiscally responsible and make the most profit possible, which is what the Mickey Harrison family is trying to do. Now, Stephen Ross is fanatical. He will spend. Problem is, he doesn't know how to spend. So he screws up on a consistent basis, and he meddles when he doesn't know shit about football. Okay? I don't know how much Mickey has meddled in the past. I heard that Tyler was his, like he wanted to tag Tyler, which was an incredibly stupid contract. But whether it's true or not, I don't know. But where I give Mickey credit is that he allows his people to run the show. But he is fiscally responsible, not fanatical. And he's still way better than Stephen Ross. Those are the facts, unfortunately. Rosendo says, sorry, Big O, but the military has nothing to do with border control that falls on the Department of Commerce. I understand that, my friend. I'm just saying it would make it a lot easier to create that protection if you had constant, bases that are right there and they're doing all their military work and flying all over the place and all that kind of stuff. And I doubt people would be that gung-ho about trying to, challenge the border when there are bases there. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Mickey got his mouth full of cheese, hot cheese. I don't know what that means. Oh, you talk about the FTX guy? Oh, yeah. Well, but actually, no. You know that's the city. That's not Mickey, because the city owns the building. So it's Miami. It's the city of Miami that has to give back that money. It's the city of Miami that runs that arena. Remember, Mickey's not fanatical enough to build his own arena. Mickey's not fanatical enough to do those kind of things. We own the arena. Miami, taxpayers, Dade County, we own that arena. So the FTX deal is our mistake, not his. Okay? Stephen Ross is fanatical. He'll build a practice facility. He'll save the tennis tournament. He'll bring an F1 race. He'll put, $700 million into that stadium to improve it. He'll build a hospital on there. He's fanatical. Mickey Arison is not fanatical. Jorge Mas, the Mas brothers, are fanatical. They built a stadium of $175 million in Fort Lauderdale for fun. Yeah, I said it, for fun. To keep their MLS team for a couple of years until they build an even better stadium in a better situation in Miami Freedom Park. And then that stadium in Fort Lauderdale will be housed by a minor league team. You'll have maybe some high school football games there. You'll have some friendlies. But that stadium won't have the same usage after that. And he built it for fun. Do you know why? The Moss family is fanatical. You watch Vinny Viola and you see all the stuff they're doing over at War Memorial Stadium. You see how much they commit to all their players. Overcommit to that damn goalie. They are fanatical. Mickey Arison is not fanatical. He's fiscally responsible. So he will put money before winning. Jorge Mas, Stephen Ross, the Mas brothers, Stephen Ross, and Viola and Sifu, they're going to spend one way or another. And they will try to win every single year as fanatical as they can. Right? Moss made a mistake with the GM. They got rid of him, got a new one. Made a mistake with the coach, went and got rid of him. Made a mistake with the international players, got rid of them, getting new ones. They don't waste any time. Oh, no, we got to wait till this expires. No, let's make some moves. Buy out this, ship them out that way, whatever. Let's do something. Fanatical or fiscally responsible? How do you want to handle your team? As for the Marlins, they're broke-ass poor. That's a whole different ballgame. See, Mickey can spend whatever the hell he wants. He just refuses to do it. Bruce Sherman can't do it. That's a whole different ballgame. You know? Maybe Bruce Sherman should call DeMar Hamlin for a loan. Lofi says SBF had a $300 million bail and got out with his parents, putting up their $4 million home. Welcome to reality. Yeah, exactly. Yes. Pembroke Pines is my hometown, far enough from this mess. Yeah. Big O, I won't be surprised if the Heat win another championship before the Dolphins. I would not be surprised either, my friend. Can't argue with that one. Yeah, baseball is still a thing. Go to New York, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Chicago, Houston, Atlanta, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, I know. The only problem is, Nico, you can't go to 30 cities. Right? Because it ain't a thing everywhere. You pick the obvious places. But really, it ain't a thing in a lot of places. Even Atlanta, where they win, they struggle at times with attendance. And they win there. And they have trouble. Baseball is a dying sport, my man. But it's all good. Big O, have you ever been to a Giant stadium in San Francisco? I was at Candlestick. I have not been to, what is it? No, it's not Pac Bell. It's whatever the hell it's called. I haven't been to the new one. It's beautiful. I saw it from the outside, but I did not go inside. So I have not been in there. I did go to Candlestick, and that was a very cold place in the summer. Do not sit in the shade when you were at Candlestick. Not that that will be a problem ever for you guys because Candlestick doesn't exist anymore, and they don't use it, obviously, because it's gone, I would imagine. But it's Petco Park. That's it. Is that what it's called? No, Petco Park is the San Diego one, isn't it? That one I've been to. Ooh, that's a beautiful stadium. The Padres. That is awesome. Awesome. Skylar Thompson just named the starting QB for the Jets. Okay. I saw that news, and it's like, is that really news? Like, what were you going to do? Start the giraffe? Is that what was going to happen? You're going to sign Mike Glennon and start the giraffe? Then you might as well just cut Skylar Thompson right now. Because then he's useless. He's been here all year, and you're going to use a bad quarterback off the street to start him? Of course you were going to go with Skylar Thompson. This isn't news. Oh, man. So we shall find out. All right, what else do we have? I was looking at some of the concerts coming up. We got John Mellencamp, February 22nd at the Broward Center. Got Jeff Tate, January 14th at the Amaturo Theater in the Broward Center. I'll be there for that one. Gladys Knight, no pips. By the way, be careful. I just want to warn you, last time I went to see Gladys Knight, 70% of the songs she sung, or maybe 60, weren't even hers. And I'm like, yo, Gladys, come on, you got enough songs. Let's go. So I was kind of disappointed. Hard Rock Live, February 16th. Kenny Wayne Shepherd. Now, that's going to be a badass concert, February 2nd at the Broward Center. Casey and the Sunshine Band, February 24th at Hard Rock Live. And if you want to see a little jam, go see the Tower of Power, March 4th at the New Parker. Forgot the name of the New Parker. Lily something, or I forgot the name of it. I'm sorry. For those out there that, and by the way, the New Parker is beautiful. Did a great job with the remodeling of the New Parker. Love it. Great, great job. No Midnight Train to Georgia. No, yeah. She'll do the Midnight Train to Georgia. She has to do that song. Woo woo. You got to do Midnight Train, but no, she will leave songs out. And you're like, yo, Gladys, come on, baby. Let's go. She sung way last time. I was very disappointed in her. She sounded great still, but she wanted to, I guess she's been touring for 7,000 years. Maybe she's just tired of singing her own songs and she just felt like singing other people's songs. Maybe that's the tour that I saw that she wanted to do that on purpose. But if you're going to Gladys Knight, I would go to setlist.fm. Here's a tip for all of you out there, anywhere in the country. Setlist.fm. Yes, .fm. And you go to that and you can put in the search engine any band that you want to go see, and the tour will come out and you'll see the cities and all that, and then you hit it and people will put in the entire set list. Sometimes some cities will not have a set list because a fan did not put it in there. But more often than not, you'll have the full set list and you'll get an idea. And what you can do is go to another city, and you can compare the set list so you can get a feel for what concert's coming to you. So now you know that if they're not, maybe in this tour, they're not playing certain songs. And you're like, well, I don't want to go if they're not playing those songs. And if you see they're not playing those songs in several cities, you're like, okay, this is the set list. And you'll see what set list it is because they'll continue to use the same set list. Unless you're going to go see The Cure, The Fish, not The Fish, Fish, Pearl Jam, certain bands that completely change up their sets, that's a whole different ballgame. But most bands will keep like the same set. Most artists will keep the same set. Setlist.fm. That'll give you a great idea of the concert you're about to see and whether you want to buy tickets or not, or go to it or not. There you go. That sucks. It's sad, but music died in 1959. It did? Okay. Bruce Springsteen, the Boss, coming to Orlando February 5th. Nice. Nice. I hope you mortgage the house to buy those tickets. Big O voice sounding strong, by the way. Thank you, Lofi. Appreciate you. Big O, are you a fan of the Miami Marlins or no, I'm a fan of the Marlins, period. Florida Marlins, Miami. I love my shitty Marlins. I hope that Bruce Sherman actually does the job. You know what I mean? I'm a hometown guy, bro. That's it. I'm born and raised here, and I love all my local teams. And that's how I always am, always will be. It's the only way I know how to carry myself. And that's it. So there you go. So yes, I'm a sorry-ass Marlins fan all the way. I will live and mostly die with them. All right, we are out of here. We will see you guys Sunday morning, 11 a.m. Get you ready for a little Dolphins and Jets. Let's hope that Skyler can beat Joe Flacco. It would be nice. We thank Sean Stanley, the man that masters this entire platform. We thank Ira Winderman, Manny Navarro, Omar Kelly, Scott Pianowski, Cameron Wolf. If you missed any of those interviews, you can go back and check it out. They will all be podcasted on video and on audio and some of the rants and all that good stuff. Don't forget to smash the like button. Please subscribe to the channel. Help us get to 20,000. We want to make the run to 20,000. Have a fantastic and blessed weekend. We'll see you at 11 a.m. on Sunday. Be good.